crap. I forgot my check. The Motown Madness. All right, we're ready. Everybody ready? I'm ready. All right, let's get that. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing today? Fine day out there today. Welcome to the morning meeting of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners. It's Monday, March 3rd. It is 9:00 a.m., and we're going to go ahead and convene today's meeting. If everybody could please stand for the pledge to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Want to make note that Commissioner Pennington is not here. She's excused. Unfortunately, she won't be with us today. At this time of the agenda, we take a brief moment of silence. We take this time for individual prayer, reflection, or meditation. We take this time to honor and remember our first responders and the men and women in our military who keep us safe and protect our freedoms at home and abroad. All right, thank you again. Appreciate everybody being here today. We don't have any additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda. I have a few announcements. Want to let everybody know that the Blue Knights Charity Ride and Chili Cook-Off will be Saturday, March 8th at 9 a.m. at Herschel King Park. I also want to advise everybody to visit our flaglercounty.gov website to view our transparency dashboards. That's where you can click and look at all of our citizens advisory boards, view open positions, how to apply, and learn more about those boards. You can see our capital projects, the current status, funding, and schedules of those capital projects, including the drainage maintenance progress. Upcoming commission meetings, workshops, and special meetings. We have a joint workshop with the City of Palm Coast and the Flagler County Sheriff's Office on Thursday, March 6th, here at 3 p.m. We have a joint cities and county workshop, which is scheduled for Wednesday, March 12th at 5:30 p.m. in these chambers. And our next regular meeting is Monday, March 17th at 5:00 p.m. And a workshop this afternoon as well at 1:00 p.m. Thank you, sir. Moving on in the agenda, there's no recognition, special recognitions, but we do have a few proclamations. So we'll start off with this morning's first proclamation, which is Master Gardeners Month, which is March 2025. This is requested by our Extension Services Office, and reading this proclamation will be Commissioner Richardson. If there's anybody with the Master Gardeners that wants to come up. There's our crew. Come on up to the podium. And while you're coming up, Commissioner Richardson will go ahead and read the proclamation for you.
Great. Designated March 25th, 2025 as Master Gardener Month in Flagler County, Florida. Whereas Flagler County Master Gardeners volunteer and are dedicated, trained volunteers providing Flagler County residents and communities with high-quality research-based expertise, and whereas Flagler County Master Gardeners volunteers totaled over 14.38 volunteer hours in 2024. That's a lot. Thank you. Towards their mission to being the most trusted resource for horticulture education in Flagler County. And Whereas Flagler County Master Gardener volunteers dedicated over 484 training hours in 2024 to expand their knowledge and skills to better provide the latest information and the best practices to the community. And where Flagler County Master Gardeners volunteers are associated with the University of Florida, greatly appreciate a strong partnership. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that hereby declare March 2025 as Master Gardener Month in Flagler County, adopted this third day of March 2025, with the clerk's Flagler County Board of Commissioners signed by Clerk Tom Bexley and Chair Andrew Dance. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, would you be so kind as to put a motion forth for that?
So I'm going to make a motion to endorse and approve.
Approve. Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Who's the donor?
Well, good morning. Good to see a good crew of our Master Gardeners here today. So who's going to speak first? Come right up. Miss Judy.
Good morning, Flagler County.
Right to the mic. If you could pull the mic over to you. There you go.
Good morning, Flagler County Commissioners and residents. On behalf of UF-IFAS Extension, Flagler County, and the Flagler County Master Gardener Volunteer Program, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your continued support for horticultural education in our community.
Can you state your name for the record?
Oh, my name is Judy Jean. Your recognition of March as Master Gardener Month highlights the invaluable contributions of our dedicated volunteers. Over the past year, the Master Gardener volunteers have contributed more than 6,855 hours of service to Flagler County with a value of $31.61 per hour. This equates to a savings of over $260,686 for our county. These hours represents countless educational efforts spanning across all municipalities in our county. Our volunteers have helped thousands of residents establish and maintain edible gardens, reducing grocery costs, and have promoted water conservation practices that lower household water bills. Additionally, we have provided free pest identification and soil testing services. Last year alone, we conducted over 250 soil tests and water tests as well too. Beyond direct education, our volunteers have also beautified this building by planting and caring for the greenery you see today. We even had a special day where we gave away free plants to county employees as a token of appreciation. In addition to our in-person outreach, I also have a Let's Talk Some Dirt radio podcast show on Flagler Radio, which airs on WNZF News Radio 94.9 FM, that brings expert gardening advice directly to this community. This platform allows us to reach an even broader audience, sharing knowledge on everything from sustainable landscaping to pest management, and highlighting the incredible work of our Master Gardener volunteers. Since my start in 2022, our outreach has significantly grown, and we remain committed to expanding our impact in the years ahead. Thank you again for your unwavering support of the Master Gardener Volunteer Program and our mission to serve Flagler County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Thank you. It's good to see a nice crowd this morning. So 6,855 hours of volunteer hours. That's very impressive.
Thank you.
So if you had a message for our many homeowners, what would you tell them that the most important services that you can provide to them?
Our most important service is that we provide free help for your landscape. We have free classes all through the county. We're a phone call, an email, or a hop to the extension office away where you can come to us and ask us questions, and we give you unbiased, free advice every time. We do free soil testing, and we're just awesome people in general. So,
Well, I will say we had my next door neighbor had a shade tree in his front yard that just died all of a sudden for no reason. And when we were talking about it just this weekend, I directed him to you because he was not aware of the services that you provide. So it made me think about getting the word out about what services you provide and how you can help the residents. So hopefully he's going to send you a soil sample and bring it
Yes,
down.
we'll be
because
waiting
he's
for
not
it.
sure what caused his tree to just die.
well, we're here to help, and we've always gotten really great reviews from the community. So we're just excited to continue doing that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anybody have any words
Got
for
a
them?
question? You think we should do away with lawns?
Right.
Yes. So thank you guys so
Well,
much.
again, thank you. Come up. Did you give the proclamation? Come
Already passed
stand
it
up
on.
front with us and take a picture with the proclamation.
Oh, you got it? Thank you.
Yep, you can stay in the picture. And then you want to give her your phone, she'll take your picture with your phone. I think it was a red oak, it was common. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all. I had red oaks in Virginia. They were not as hardy. But they were pretty.
It had grown, it was a decent sized tree. Our second proclamation this morning is for Government Finance Professionals Week, which is March 17th through 21st, 2025. And this one is requested by our Financial Services Director, Mr. John Brower. So, Mr. Brower and staff, our awesome, amazing financial services staff, or our professionals, our finance professionals.
That's right, it says it right in the,
That's right.
Mr. Chair, John Brower, Financial Services. This is the sixth year in a row the board has recognized the many finance professionals in government throughout the county, working hard every day to build upon the trust instilled in them as stewards of our taxpayers' money. On their behalf, I'd like to thank the Board of County Commissioners for the proclamation today. Like so many others within support operations, finance professionals work diligently behind the scenes to aid in the success of the many programs and initiatives in place to implement the board's policies. In your Office of Management and Budget alone, there are MBAs, MPAs, MSs, CGFOs, and a continuous drive to improve upon work that has consistently won awards from peer groups and national organizations. Each of them carries a tremendous sense of responsibility, not only for the work they do, but also how that work affects all levels of our organization and with each of our citizens. They understand the extent to which they are counted on and the importance of them performing with honor and integrity. These experts apply their knowledge in the background, out of the spotlight, ensuring the application of sound fiscal practices and policies, all to do their part in earning the trust of the community. This is why your public recognition of these hardworking professionals is so appreciated. Thank you again for acknowledging them and the work they do for all of us. I'm going to introduce Brian Eichinger, the OMB manager, but I know we didn't read the proclamation yet.
Yeah. Commissioner Hanson has the proclamation.
It's my pleasure to read this. As you know, I have a master's degree in government finance, and so I've lived this before. A proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming March 17th through the 21st, 2025 as Government Finance Professionals Week in Flagler County. Whereas the Government Finance Officers Association is a professional association founded in 1937 and serves more than 3,300 professionals from state, county, and city governments, school districts, colleges and universities, special districts, and private firms. And whereas FGFOA is dedicated to being your professional resource by providing opportunities through education, networking, leadership, and information. And whereas the Government Finance Professionals Week, sponsored by FGFOA and all its member government organizations, is a week-long series of activities aimed at recognizing government finance professionals and the vital services that they provide to our state and our community. And whereas during this week, government finance professionals throughout the state of Florida will be acknowledged for their hard work, dedication, and leadership. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that March 17th through the 21st, 2025, will be declared as Government Finance Professionals Week in the County of Flagler, and urge all citizens to join us in extending appreciation to all government finance professionals for their continued leadership, hard work, commitment to the highest ethical standards, and dedication to their profession, our organization, and those we serve. Adopted this third day of March 2025, attested to by Tom Bexley, Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller, and signed by our Chairman, Andrew Dance.
Okay, Mr. Brower, continue.
Thank you, sir. Brian Eichinger, the OMB director, or OMB manager.
Thanks for the
Given a
promotion.
yeah.
Brian Eichinger, Financial Services. So my team is Phoebe LeBlanc, Brandy Allen, Amanda Gilbert, and our other team members at a leadership conference. His name is Michael Catalano. And then I'll turn it over to Robert to introduce his team.
That's the next one.
They just get to hang out for fun? Okay. He doesn't get to talk this time then.
Well, very good. Thank you all for being here. To us, your work doesn't go unappreciated. May not always go noticed, but the work you do a lot of times is behind the scenes, but critically important to us. And even most recently, your reports have been recognized, with some excellence awards. So want to thank you for keeping up the great work and for all that you do. We do appreciate it immensely. Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, I say this every time you guys get up in front of us, but the most important thing we do as county commissioners is spend the taxpayer dollars and spend it wisely and budget it correctly. And you're the ones that make that happen for us. So we greatly appreciate it because you do such a good job.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, as a newbie, I appreciate all of the time that you take to help me specifically understand some of the issues. Coming from a much smaller municipality, our numbers here have lots of zeros after them that I'm not used to. So you guys really help us out a lot. I look forward to the first budget that I'm going to sit through, and I know that I'll be greatly supported by you all, so thank you.
I just like your expediency when I have a small little question, because I don't, she does the big ones, I guess. I do little ones. But Brian, you have been amazing, and I know that you are just Johnny on the spot all the time. I appreciate your professionalism as well as the whole team. Thank you. My sister's an accountant and comptroller, so I stay away from it. Thank you very much.
All right, Gren, thank you very much. Come on up, we'll get a picture with everybody.
John, they don't want this. Somebody come take this. Introduce him as E. John.
Thank you. He's next.
You have the next one, too.
Next one.
All right, so we're going to slide right into the final proclamation, which is for Procurement Month, March 2025. Again, this is requested by Mr. Brower. So again, the floor is yours, sir.
All right. Mr. Chair, this is the second year in a row the board has recognized the month of March as Procurement Month. Throughout the nation, appreciation is extended to the many women and men that work hard every day to embrace their responsibility to acquire goods and services needed by their government, ensuring transparency, cost efficiency, and fair competition in the process while adhering to strict legal regulations, all to get the best value for the taxpayer money. Your recognition of our procurement professionals today via this proclamation is much appreciated, and on their behalf, I'd like to thank the board. Your procurement professionals work diligently to aid in the success of the many programs and initiatives in place to implement the board's policies, and it's with a sense of pride that they conduct their business each day. They understand the importance of their work and the huge responsibility it carries, pertaining to all levels of our organization and certainly to each of our citizens. They realize the extent to which they are counted on and the importance of them performing with honor and integrity. As with the Office of Management and Budget professionals previously recognized, your Office of Procurement and Contracts include MBAs and certifications that include CPPBs and NIGP-CPPs. I'll let Robert explain what those are if you'd like. Perhaps more importantly, they have committed to continuously learn and grow so they can apply their knowledge to do their part in earning the trust of our community. This is why your proclamation today, highlighting these hardworking professionals and acknowledging the importance of their work, is so appreciated. Thank you again. And here's the Procurement Contract Service Manager, Robert Rounds.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, how are you?
Good.
Would like to introduce I have short staff here today. I have our Senior Procurement Coordinator, Kelly Bowman, and our Contract Coordinator, Andrew Ferrara. We are missing Jessica Martin is off today. We have a new person, which came from FDOT. We're excited about Shannon Burnett starts today. And then, of course, out in the warehouse, we have Andrew Pearson and Frank Marut, who handle our inventory and assets. So thank you for your support.
Again, thank you. Thank you for staff that is here today. Appreciate you coming. And again, thank you for getting sure all of our contracts are in place and in order and done timely. So thank you. Appreciate that. Any other comments? All right, your turn. Yes,
Want me to
sir.
read it?
Oh, proclamation. You go right ahead, Ms. Commissioner Carney.
A proclamation of the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming March 2025 as Procurement Month in Flagler County. Whereas the public procurement profession plays a significant role in the efficiency and effectiveness of both government and businesses. And whereas in addition to the purchase of goods and services, procurement professionals add value to the organization by performing such functions as executing, implementing, and administering contracts, developing strategic procurement strategies, and cultivating working relationships with suppliers and departments within the organization. And whereas the public procurement requires specific knowledge and skill to maintain fair and competitive purchasing practices, conduct current market research, administer effective negotiations for the mutual benefit of the county and its suppliers, and effectively monitor and evaluate all government purchasing contracts. And whereas public procurement professionals with Flagler County and a public and private organizations across the county have tremendous influence on the economic conditions in the local, state, and national arena with a cumulative purchasing power of well over $6 trillion annually. And whereas Flagler County's public procurement professionals recognize, support, and practice the public procurement values and guiding principles of accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency established by the National Institute of Governmental Purchasing as fundamental tenets of the public procurement profession. And whereas the NIGP has recognized the month of March as Procurement Month to further expand awareness of the procurement professional's role to government officials, business and corporate leaders, as well as the general public. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners that March 2025 be declared as Procurement Month in the County of Flagler, and to urge all citizens to join us in extending appreciation to all procurement professionals for their continued leadership, hard work, commitment to the highest ethics standards, and dedication to their profession, our organization, and those we serve. Adopted this third day of March 2025, attested by Tom Bexley, Clerk of Circuit Court and Comptroller, and Flagler County Board of County Commissioners Chairman Andrew Dance. Congratulations. I motion, Chair, that we approve the proclamation proclaiming March 25th as Procurement Month in Flagler County.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Carney, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none. Thank you. Appreciate you coming forth today, and we'll take that picture. That's right.
That's good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I forgot to make our Government Finance Professionals Week motion, so I move at this point, I move that we approve March 17th through the 21st, 2025 as Government Finance Professionals Week.
I'll second.
All right, a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Carney. All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that one carries unanimously too. Again, appreciate our finance and procurement staff today and happy to recognize them. All right, we have no presentations this morning, so we'll move to community outreach. This is a 30-minute time period. It's been allocated for public comment on any consent agenda item or topic that is not on the agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the commission. Speakers should approach the podium, identify themselves. And our first speaker this morning, welcome.
Good morning, Robin Paletta, Halifax Plantation. And I want to say good morning, commissioners and chair. Just a couple questions. I was furiously searching for the backup materials for today's meeting because I see you have on the consent agenda, part of the agenda, item 7H, for your Land Acquisition Commission, committee rather, rankings for recommendations for environmentally sensitive land purchases, and I couldn't find the list. So I would appreciate any help in that. Also, I really hope that the half-cent sales tax increase for beach management goes through, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed reading about that. And also, finally, I do have a question. What are the county's plans if FEMA is defunded and deconstructed on the federal level? Because I know as a vulnerable coastal county, we depend on a lot of emergency funds for just repairing infrastructure and beaches and so forth. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cameron Orr from Palm Coast. Last January 13th, I sent each of you a rather negative statement about not prioritizing animal welfare in this county. I did that out of frustration for kind of being up here for about a year, collecting data, presenting you with figures that talk about our shortfalls in our current county on animal sheltering. As Commissioner Hanson said, I realize there's many, many different priorities and competing interests, and your responsibility is to spend tax dollars widely. So I just wanted to apologize for my outburst back in January and sending you that negative email. Secondly, I noted that several of you did attend the Palm Coast City Council meeting last week, where again, the shelter made a presentation and Animal Refuge, Flagler, did a presentation as well. Like before, there is much back and forth. There's conflicting data presented. Statements were made that our characterization of the overcrowding and overcapacity elements was catastrophic language. I just wanted to note for you some statements that were made last August in this chamber by the shelter themselves.
That we're in now, we moved into in 2004, so it's starting to show a little wear and tear for sure, and we have outgrown it.
That is one statement, and then there was a statement by the board chairperson.
Overcapacity, we know it. The building's 20 years old, we know it. The population of Palm Coast and Flagler County has exploded, as well as the pet population.
So we don't think the language is catastrophic. It's an urgent issue. We are overcrowded, we're over capacity, and we feel like it's an issue that needs to be addressed. Over the last few months, we've managed to collect over 90 documents from the other municipal shelters we visited. We have standard operating procedures, job descriptions, training documents, and the like. All of those documents are available to you. I know we would, flood you with that, but those documents are available to you and your staff should you need them. We're encouraged that there's going to be another workshop in April, and we just want to say ARF stands ready to help you collect data, analyze data, and present alternatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Wendy Tremarchi, Flagler County resident. In December, a citizen found a stray puppy, and after ensuring its immediate well-being with a vet visit, brought it to the shelter after hours. That vet revealed a potential neurological disorder. That information was relayed to the responding Flagler Sheriff's deputy, who met her there. The deputy, acting with care, secured the puppy in a crate overnight, believing it would be safe until the shelter opened. However, what followed was both shocking and unacceptable. The puppy in the morning was immediately euthanized, disregarding established policies and laws designed to reunite stray animals with their owners. The blatant disregard for protocol is deeply concerning. The reason this puppy was euthanized was, they say, for potential rabies. This puppy displayed no aggressive behavior and should have been quarantined while posting to find its owner. This owner could have shed light on the medical issues with this puppy. Florida law reads, if rabies are suspected, the dog must be kept in isolation for 10 days to develop clinical signs of rabies, and the state health department must be notified whether rabies or just suspected, which it was not. I talked to the health department. In addition to injury, and to add insult to injury, the deputy who acted with compassion and followed protocol and his job was reported that he was written up because of the shelter calling the sheriff's department. This is what the citizen was told by the sheriff's staff, by the shelter staff. Not only was informing a citizen of the deputy's write-up unprofessional, it also sends a chilling message to our enforcement officers that acts of kindness and concern for animal welfare will be punished. This incident occurs amidst serious criminal charges against the shelter operational integrity and motives. The message being sent to our deputies is that they are at risk of being accused of allowing the animals to suffer if they attempt to provide care. Is this retaliation? If bringing animals to the shelter after hours now places innocent deputies and citizens in the crossfire of an apparently hostile organization, I create a dangerous and untenable situation. Our deputies should not have to fear repercussions for doing their job. This incident highlights a critical need for immediate change, the safety and well-being of animals, as well as the professional integrity of our deputies. The full letter from this citizen who found the puppy had it immediately vet checked is available. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jane Gentiliud. I sent you all emails regarding consent agenda item 7C, D, E, and F. Other people in the group today are ill. Darlene has her son from New Jersey. Gina is sick. Celia has her husband who's in a wheelchair. If you read item 7C, D, E, and F, you're looking at hundreds and hundreds of pages. These 4 items I am pleading with you. My original request was to pull 7C, D, E, and F only from the consent agenda for full public hearing today. These items are far too detailed to have a public hearing today. 7C wants us to create another Bing's Landing situation by allowing a private helicopter company to lease our land and build a building for the helicopters that we will have no control over. 30-year lease. None of you will be here in 30 years. We don't know who these people are. We have the airport should be strictly for Flagler County. We should not be leasing anything. This needs to be tabled for full public hearing. The second one was the consideration establishing scope of services for Sauer Construction LLC for an airport terminal. I asked this to be tabled for the next hearing. Sauer Construction is an LLC. They are not an INC. They've changed their registration with Sunbiz 4 times in the past few years, and they do not name any personal representative for us to contact. I see lots of red flags in doing business with a company who's not ENC. 7E, appointing the Flagler County Planning Board to be the Airport Oversight Committee is total 100% suicide. The master plan prepared by the engineers, that, by the way, they should be the only ones, CNS Engineering, to update any master plan for us, not some appointees that are pals of elected officials. Sauer Construction, you need to go out for other bids. You need to go for bids from companies that are INCs, not LLCs. The planning board, you need to re-advertise an airport advisory board. My husband, for one, is in the airline industry for 45 years and would like to apply. The last one, establishing a master plan update, should be done by the engineering firm who did the original master plan, which shows our growth through 2032. So if there have been changes, the only entity who should review our master plan is the original engineering company, and I Googled them. They are nationwide and highly respected.
Ms. Hughes,
263
time to finish up.
pages. You need to table these items for the next public hearing and have a full public hearing. You have too many people involved. You have the whole county involved, and I don't live on top of the airport. Please table these items for our next public hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, Andy?
Very good.
Good. My name's Tom Albano. I've been a Flagler County resident for about 53 years. I've been around the Flagler County Airport for about 40. Actually, first soloed there in 1985. And I became a Flagler County Airport resident in the early 2000s. Back then, the airport was pretty dumpy. I think Jack Thompson was the manager. We had a junkyard there, old hangars, lots of activity. We had banner towing, skydiving, and lots of school traffic. I ended up going down to Ormond for a little bit. I came back to Flagler and met Roy. I've been an airport tenant now for about 10 years. Roy's been a huge asset to the airport. He's been instrumental in getting a control tower, removing old structures, building new hangars, and finding quality tenants for the commercial property. I think we have, 400 acres out there? I don't know how much of it's leasable. But all the businesses that do lease add a lot to the tax base and also the trickle-down economy with the amount of people employed by these businesses. The agenda today, I think, was for the new FBO they want to build. The new FBO is hugely needed. Our building right now is 60 years old or more. It's concrete block. It's the front door to our county. People fly in, jets, businesses, people just on vacation. It's going to be a huge asset. It's hugely needed. The other thing is you hired Roy to be an airport manager. He's done a phenomenal job. And I think a lot of people don't understand that his job is to run the airport. He has no control over the air traffic. So I think if you have a problem with the air traffic, need to get a hold of the FAA and let Roy continue to do his job as an airport manager.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate
Enjoy
it.
your morning.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Chantal Pröninger, and I live in the Section Z. So we have the planes, helicopters flying over our section. And I read here that there was a possibility of having more helicopters because if you have a parcel of land on the Flagler County airport, that means that opens the door for more of that. Okay. We have flight lessons in that airport, which means the planes circle around our neighborhood all the time, pretty much during the day. So is it a question of noise? Studies have been done a long time ago about the noise, and they pretty much restricted that around the airport, the takeoff and landing. But we live in that space, just in that neighborhood, and the noise for us is not so much the landing or taking off, it's the circling of all those planes and a few helicopters right now. But we don't want more. Actually, I'm here because I would like to have the flight school relocated somewhere else where it doesn't affect the residences around, because it's a risk. I mean, flies do have accidents. You know, they can land on houses instead of airport. Accidents do happen, and the more planes we have, the more helicopters we have, the more that puts the population at risk. So I would ask you to consider before you take any decisions regarding those extension of airports or bringing more helicopters. If you can remember that we are people and we live in that neighborhood, and take decisions that are working for us before businesses. I mean, we didn't know when we moved here 3 years ago that there was a flight school there, that what it was around, you know, we just found that house, loved it. But it's not fair to us. Somebody agreed to have those houses built after the airport, and we are more important. We live there. So whatever you can do in our favor will be really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Darlene Shelley, Palm Coast. I had also sent you all emails asking to remove 7C, 7D, 7E, and 7F from consent agenda because there is so much involved here that folks don't know about. We haven't had a chance to listen to any of these presentations. And the implications for the safety, health, and welfare of the residents of Palm Coast and Flagler County, this includes Mr. Hansen too, but that's okay, are immense. The fact that we're not having any discussion to the public is very concerning to me regarding the lack of transparency. Just for one, the lease agreement with Von Damme Helicopters, a 30-year lease agreement. What are the terms of that? Will we even see any revenue? I recall that it was just a couple $1,000s in rent, which you can't even get for a strip mall. And we're talking about a huge building on our lands. Not to mention the threats of possibly having Black Hawk helicopters flying in and out. What if they decide to rent to a rental helicopter company coming in and doing flights? We have enough of a serious issue from excessive training flight aircraft circling over our city and our county over 500 times a day. I took time from my granddaughter today, who's here for 5 days from New Jersey, because it's that important to the safety, health, and welfare of every resident of Palm Coast and Flagler County. What the airport has been allowed to do is, in my view, it's criminal. They've had ignored the requirements of putting in a zoning regulation way back in 2016 that would have prevented incompatible development around the airport. The city had rushed through at the very last moment when they realized they wouldn't be reelected, some of them to come to this board to forward their agenda to enlarge this airport to points that would make Palm Coast inhabitable for residents. And they're not going to stop at a terminal. They're not going to stop until they use their intermodal grants from FDOT to make it even bigger. What is intermodal? I don't know. Does it mean buses? Does it mean rail? Does it mean packages? Does it mean the final request to get this to be a way to transport international? There's too many questions. It's too large and dangerous already, and we haven't heard details. And it must come off. We must hear details, and we must stop rushing this until we know everything. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Greg Blasset, Palm Coast. I wanted to come up here and talk about the airport. I've noticed over the past few meetings, not just here, but also at the city of Palm Coast, the airport has been attacked largely by residents that live nearby. And I can understand you live near an airport, you have concerns about the noise, it may not be what you bargained for. What we learned at the last Palm Coast City Council meeting was that the land in question where all these neighborhoods were developed, that when the county controlled it, the county had a piece of paper, a notice that you had to sign as a owner, or somebody who was buying that piece of land, to say that you acknowledge that you're moving next to an airport. Some of these people that got up and spoke today spoke at the last Palm Coast City Council meeting. One of them acknowledged that they did in fact sign that. The city of Palm Coast attorney said at the last meeting that in fact that process continued on the land that was annexed by the city. So even today, when people buy homes, they're notified that you're moving next to an airport. And so that was confirmed by the Palm Coast City Attorney. You can watch that. In terms of we should not be leasing land from the airport, that's how this works. It's 4 years I served in a leadership role in this community and engaged in a number of economic development projects and proposals, and that is how this works. You get a 100-year land lease at the airport, because you're not going to sell the county's airport land to the private sector. So that's kind of economic development basics. I would encourage you to have your economic development staff come up here if that's a concern. In terms of the terminal, if you've been out there to the FBO, you know that this is needed. The building is falling apart, and Roy and his team, I think, have done a wonderful job of obtaining government staff, obtaining government grants to reduce the burden on any growth that the airport may have in the future. I just think the rhetoric surrounding the airport about the health, safety, and welfare, as if the airport hasn't been in this community for decades and decades and decades, supporting business growth and also supporting the residents in this community. Personally, I'm involved in supporting that nonprofit flight school out there, Teens in Flight. And I think it's important for kids in this community to know that there's a career in STEM and education, and especially with aviation. And so I just wanted to come up here and say, I appreciate the airport. Whether or not you pull the agenda items and have the conversation, I was able to read through all the information. It's been posted for a while. But the attacks that have been happening against the airport have been very concerning to me. And I just wanted to come up there and defend them because in my years of experience of touring that airport with businesses and future community leaders, I think this is a community asset that should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me. Public comment still. Anybody with public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll come back to the dais. Let me address a few of the comments just off the top of my head. 7H, Ms. Robin, has the properties listed right on the agenda item, so.
I just couldn't access it online on my phone.
Okay. It's there. It's part of the main agenda item, not a backup or anything. It's part of the main report, the staff report. FEMA, I'll let our administrator address FEMA. Mr. Orr, we do have the upcoming next joint-led meeting with just the city of Palm Coast. That's addressing animal welfare issues, so that's coming up on March 6th. And I do appreciate the info you've sent and our meeting, so I want to thank you. All right, Ms. Yude's comments on pulling the items. Again, these are at the discretion of the commission. I'll just say that the item about the lease is exactly right. I mean, that's how the airport works. We're leasing the property there for economic development. Item 7D, the consideration of the construction of the airport terminal. I can't remember how long this has been going on, 5, 6 years. We've constantly been approving the grant agreements over the last few years. This has probably been one of the most talked about projects that I can remember. And it is, and all the information is there on 7D. 7E, the Airport Zoning Commission, it's a limited scope of services spelled out by DOT, and it's strictly the Airport Zoning Commission. I think it was related to the Airport Advisory Board. That's not what that is. It's an Airport Zoning Commission. And 7Up, establishing the Airport Master Plan. Again, the Airport Master Plan has been in discussion for the past 2 years. And during our workshops, we've talked about establishing a working group. So all that is there is the bylaws of the proposed working group. And regarding FEMA, Ms. Petito, did you have anything you might want to add to that other than it's unknown?
Yes. The only thing that I would say is, yes, there has been recent discussions regarding FEMA, and with the proposed changes that came out in January, I believe, 2025, President Trump had suggested the possibility of overhauling or abolishing FEMA. But I think what you would end up seeing is that what he had proposed was that the disaster responsibilities would end up being shifted to the states with funding coming from the federal government. And then what the thought was is that they would handle maybe major things, and then these types of efforts would be handled more at the state level. Okay. So I think it's probably too early to tell exactly what's going to come of it, but I don't think that it's necessarily going to be a negative impact. I think it's just going to be a shift of responsibility with funding coming from the federal government.
Okay, thank you. Did any of the commissioners want to address any of the public comment?
Well, I live in the C section and I don't hear airplanes.
Okay.
Well, I live in the P section, and I do hear airplanes all the time.
Okay.
And there's helicopters that fly all the time because I'm right by the heart of the city of Palm Coast. And when there's a police issue, when there's a medical issue with the new hospital, they fly over my house. Even the mosquito control flies over my house. Am I fearful? No. I have to have confidence that those people flying have the expertise and talent. But the noise level is high. I also hear sirens. I also hear police and sirens and people getting into accidents. And I have a lot of noise in my house. I also have a playground behind my house that belongs to a church. And I've learned that this is the environment I chose to live in, and I'm happy with it because I know there's life outside my house. And I'm going to leave it at that. It's just my personal opinion that I have noise constantly. Even my little poodle looks out the window in the back room to see what's going on outside. I deal with it because that's the life I've chosen, and it wasn't always that quiet. It was quieter 20 years ago, and we have new neighbors. So as far as that goes, I'm not talking about the airport at this point, other than the fact that I have probably more noise than anyone in this room, and I've embraced it because I love Flagler County, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, great. Okay. All right. At this point, we'll close community outreach. Bring it back to the board. If there was any highlights or comments you wanted to state to highlight consent items, now's the time. Commissioner Hanson?
No.
Commissioner Carney? Commissioner Richardson? Okay. All right. Hearing none, I don't have any either. So next would be if you have any items that you wanted to pull for additional discussion on consent. Commissioner Hanson.
I have none. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to pull 7C, 7D, and 7F.
All right, so we'll be pulling C, D, and F. We'll move those to the end of consent and bring
I'd
them
also like
back
to
up for
pull
consideration.
7E.
Pardon me?
7E,
And 7E.
please.
Okay. With that, I'll need a motion to,
I'll motion to approve the consent agenda items 6A, 6A through 7B, picking up again at 7G through 7I. That's my motion.
I believe they pulled 7C.
we've pulled 7C, D, F, and E.
Right.
I'll second the motion
All right.
to include
Okay.
8D.
It's not a correct motion.
Through 7,
D.
I heard 7B. She made the motion through 7B.
Oh, I heard D.
6A through 7B.
7B.
B as in boy.
Yeah, okay.
Picking up again at 7G.
My mistake. I heard
It's
D.
okay. It's my New England accent.
All right, so I have a motion by Commissioner Carney, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We will move to item 7C. That is consideration of a ground lease agreement between Flagler County and Van Dam Helicopters for a parcel of land located on the Flagler Executive Airport. Mr. Seeger?
Good morning, Chair, Dance, and Commissioners. My name is Roy Seeger, Director of the Flagler Executive Airport. And this item is about a ground lease between Flagler County and Van Dam Helicopters for a parcel of land. So Van Dam Helicopter, been working with them. Actually, I actually have the real estate broker here as well, so bring him up here to speak to if you like. Met with them, also met with the owners of Van Dam Helicopters.
Let me, 1 second, Elise. I got a note before we go to presentations because we may need the monitors. Carlos, how much time do you need? We have technical issues I got to solve, so.
10.
10 minutes?
10 or 15.
Okay. So we do have, hold your thoughts.
Okay.
We do have some technical issues here on the dais that we need to address now that we're getting into presentations and potentially backup material that needs to be displayed. So if it's okay with the board, we need about a 15-minute break, and we'll reconvene in 15 minutes after the technical issues are handled.
Okay,
So
perfect.
thank you for coming up, Mr. Seeger. Just hold your thoughts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will do.
Turn on the mic. There we go. It is 10:13, so we have gotten our technical issues fixed, and we had just started. There are 4 items pulled from consent, so we have just started to review those items. We are on item C, and Mr. Seeger is discussing the consideration of a ground lease between Flagler County and Van Dam Helicopters. Yes,
Good
sir.
morning again, Commissioner Dance and Commissioners. My name is Roy Seeger, Director of Flagler Executive Airport. This morning, we're talking about a consideration of a ground lease between Flagler County and Van Dam
Seeger.
Helicopters. Yes.
I had a request so that we can catch everything you're saying succinctly to slow down just a little bit.
Let me put my rewind button on. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Roy Seeger. I'm kidding, I don't want that bad. My name is Roy Seeger, Director of the Flagler Executive Airport. How's that? That
Very
better?
good.
Slow
We're
it
not
down.
under a time limit, so you're good.
Oh, I thought I had 3 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. So what we're here to discuss today is the ground lease for Van Dam Helicopters. What is Van Dam Helicopters? What Van Dam Helicopters is a company that takes old military, I'll say old, but military aircraft, H-60 Blackhawks, are no longer being utilized by the military, and they take them and then convert them into be used by the civilians sector. They can be used for evacuation, they can be used for firefighting, many different things, or actually sometimes they can remake them or fix them back up and sell them to other allied countries for them to use in their military as well. So currently they're in Pompano Beach, Florida. I met with them several times last year. They looked at many different airports in Florida, and they finally settled that we want to come here to Flagler. Like I said, I have Rob here today. He was the real estate broker that brokered the deal. Actually met with the president, Oscar. He came to the airport and took a tour, and he really loved the airport. So how does the ground lease work? So what we look at is what they want to build, right? So they're going to build on their own dime. They're going to build a metal hangar facility to work on these helicopters. Now, first of all, this is not like a flight school. These aircraft are going to fly in, and then they're going to get taken apart and then rebuilt again. And there may be there'll be some flight training with them. But the nice thing is not flight training like students. It'll be people just doing flight testing. So they can fly with that within the airport property, right? Or they'll leave the airport. But the big thing is that they're going to bring 30 jobs here. They're moving all these people here. They're going to buy houses here, and that's basically what the airport is here to do. It is one of the biggest economic engines that our county has. It is the only airport, is the only piece of property that has everything that we need, right? Has the power, has the sewer, has the land, has the stormwater. It has everything to bring businesses here. So that's what we're looking to do here today. Now they're going to build this hangar. Depending, it may take about an acre and a half, but we don't get really into the details of how big the property is going to be yet until they're done. And so when they're done, so we have an idea what they're going to build, about 100 by 150, and then we put a 25-foot easement on the side of it, and that will be their lease space. So once it's all done, then we will do a meets and bounds survey on it, and then that is what we charge their monthly rent on. So a square acre at the airport costs $1,089. That's what a square acre is. So anything over that, so they'll pay more than that per month. But here's the thing I want to go back to. They're going to put in about $1.5 million to $2 million to build this hangar. But at the end of the day, at the end of 30 years, end of the lease, that property or that improvement becomes property of Flagler County. Now, that doesn't mean that company's got to move. That just means that company, either they can restrike a deal with Flagler County, or at that point, they can start paying fair market value for what that hangar would cost to rent at that time.
All right. Very good.
Any other questions?
Did your gentleman want to?
Yeah, do you mean Rob come up?
Sure,
Rob,
sure.
would you come up, say a few words?
Just state your name for the record.
Hi. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Rob Zucker. I'm a real estate broker in Florida. I've been a real estate broker in Florida for over 40 years. My connection to Flagler County goes back to the mid-1970s when I ran a sales team up in the Northeast for ITT Palm Coast, selling vacant land. And I don't know how many, we would average probably close to 100 lots per month back then. So there's probably people here who I sold lots to years ago, or my team did. So anyway, and I've graduated up, I'm not in residential real estate anymore. I do commercial. My residential career I did for almost 40 years, 1,800 sales, a lot of properties. And now I'm doing commercial, and I've been doing that for about 10 years. Van Dam Helicopters is located now in Pompano Beach, and they have a small facility. They're able to do in their facility about 10 or 12 helicopters per year. It's not a high volume of helicopters. They're hoping to double that production by coming up here and building a much larger facility. There's two reasons they're not staying in Pompano Beach. One is the facility is too small, okay, to expand, and there's no place to go, okay? And the second thing, they wanted a better lifestyle for their employees. Their technicians, their engineers are highly educated people. They want better schools, they want better community, they want a better lifestyle for the people. And we're bringing them to Palm Coast, to Flagler County to do that. Okay, I went to other airports, like Punta Gorda, Palatka. We even went to Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, and there wasn't any space there for us. In Broward County, we also went to North Perry Airport. Can't find it, okay? I've delivered a flight school to Punta Gorda Airport that's being constructed for commercial pilots now. We also do a charter service at Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport years ago with 6 small jets, that kind of stuff. So we were a little bit in the aircraft business, not a whole lot, but just for that little segment of it. The misconception with Van Dam is these helicopters are brought in either by truck or they're brought in they fly in, and they sit on the ground for months as they're being rebuilt to be firefighting helicopters, medevac helicopters, and evacuation helicopters for people who are in areas where there's a fire approaching or a flood approaching or something. And these are large helicopters. Some of them are large, not all of them. Some are large helicopters where you can put 30 or 40 people in them to take them out of burning, off the roof of a burning skyscraper. So these are public safety helicopters they're producing to do this. So they're not going to be flying in and out every day with hundreds of landings or whatever. They're going to do the helicopters over, reconstruct them, do a test flight, then somebody comes in, picks them up, and moves them to somewhere else on the planet, I guess, because some go to South America, some go to Europe, some go to Asia, and some stay in the United States or North America. So do you have any questions about them at all? Or?
I'll open it up to the commissioners. Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead. You want to go first?
Thank you.
Okay.
So right now, what is the immediate surrounding area for this helicopter business? Where are they located right now?
They're located in an industrial area in Pompano Beach, not at an airport. And they're in a building that's about 12,000 square feet, okay, but they can't expand anywhere.
But it's an
So
industrially zoned area. It's industrially zoned area.
It's an industrial zoned area, okay.
Thank you.
And that area it's an old industrial area in Pompano Beach, and believe it or not, there's warehouses. Down the block, there's a house. Across the street is the used car lot. I mean, that's the kind of neighborhood it is. This is going to be much better for them because it's actually a purpose, aircraft purpose area, where they're going to be more comfortable, I think, working there. And they're building a building that's going to be larger than what they have now. And the helicopters come in and, Roy told them that whatever they have under the roof to rebuild the helicopters, they have to have the same apron out front to park helicopters. Because, like I said, some are going to sit there for months waiting to get parts done, waiting to be retrofitted. And this is great. One last comment.
Sure.
Working with Roy has been such a pleasure. He is so good. He is professional. He supports the community. He's into the economic development of Flagler County, and he's been great to work with. He really has. I mean, I work with a number of airport people, and he has been by far the best to do. So
thank you, sir.
Okay.
I have a question. Being a Broward native,
Oh, okay.
so I'm very familiar with that airport, all those airports. I lived on the runway for Perry Airport. So are they by the blimp base?
Over the what?
Are they near the blimp base in Pompano?
They're off of Dixie Highway.
Dixie? I
Yeah,
figured
where
that.
the Goodyear blimp is.
That's the blimp base.
They're not far from that
Yeah,
area.
familiar with it very much, so. So they're in that industrial area in front of them?
Right.
Sort of like what we have
It's kind of a
at the
mixed
beginning
use
of our
area.
airport. Hmm.
It's a mixed-use area, that area.
Yeah.
It developed before zoning, so you could build a house, you could build.
Right,
you
everything's
could build
been there a long
hotel,
time.
You could build a 7-Eleven, you could build a warehouse and
Right.
helicopters. So.
Yeah, no, I'm
Okay.
very familiar with it. I was just wondering, and how many employees do they currently have?
Currently have 30 employees. I don't expect all are going to relocate. I expect we'll probably get 2/3 to relocate, because a lot of people down there are Latino. They have extended families. They live with their parents, their grandparents, their children, their
Right.
grandchildren. So I think some of those people are still going to remain there. We'll probably get 20 or so to come up here, okay? And there's going to be, right now they have 30. They're going to expand. There's going to be more than 30 jobs. When they redo this, they'll probably end up with 40 to 45 permanent in-house jobs. And then we have indirect employment, okay, with trucking coming in, pilots coming in to fly helicopters out and whatever. So there'll be another probably 30 or 40 or 50 indirect jobs. I mean, the economic boost to the community is going to be phenomenal. I mean, it's going to be really, really good. And I live, I have a house. I don't live there full time. That's my retirement. When I decide to retire, when I get old, a couple of years off. I bought a house in Grand Landings, where I'm there now for this meeting. And but I come up like twice a month for a weekend or a couple of days to Grand Landings. I don't hear the airport. It's I don't know. Maybe I'm not in the flight path, but I mean I can see the planes taking off and coming in. You hardly hear anything over there. So I'm a big supporter of the airport.
Thank you, sir.
My last question is, how long have they been in this business?
In Pompano Beach, they've been there 7 years. Okay. They were doing it before in another location. I don't know where that was. It wasn't in Florida. Okay. So they've been doing it for a long time. I mean, and it takes a long time to get a federal contract to get federal equipment and decommission it and convert it to something else.
Understood.
And,
Thank you so much. Appreciate your
welcome.
answers.
Commissioner Hanson? Okay.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roy.
All right, I'll bring it back. Any other questions for staff? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Richardson. Oh, Heidi.
Just, Chair, if I could, I just wanted to remind the board that the property at the airport is zoned industrial as well, so.
I was just trying to make sure or find out if there was high residential areas around their current operation. But when he said industrial, I mean, it can be industrial, and I appreciate that, but it's also backed up with residential. So that was the point of my question. Who sets the rate, Mr. Seeger, who sets the rate over there at the airport when we are involved in a land lease?
So the board did. So we came back for rates and fee charges last year.
When was that? Last year?
Last year.
Okay.
Right. So let's so basically what it is, it's 30 cents a square foot. So if you have a square acre, which is 43,260 square feet, that was so that'd be the equivalent to $1,089 a month. So that's for the aviation, and then the non-aviation side across the other side of the street is 25 cents a square foot.
And why is it so low, do you think?
I don't think it's low. Do you
You
think
don't?
it's low? No, I don't
can't
know.
compare,
Compared to
Mr.
other airports, we're pretty, I wouldn't say high, but we are higher than other airports. And the reason that being is because we have all the infrastructure already done. So we already have the water, the sewer, the stormwater, the fiber. We have all that stuff there, basically pad-ready sites for them to come in. So it is, I don't want to say it's a low price.
There must be some, or when the board decided the rate, there must have been some consideration made to the fact that the leasehold improvement would someday be owned by the county.
Correct.
So there is some motivating factor to keep it at that rate or at an attractive rate.
Right, we don't want to
say the
overprice it that people won't come, right? And especially when they're coming, that they're going to be putting a lot of money into the airport as well. I mean, we're talking between $1.5 to $2 million.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I'm good.
One more thing.
Yes.
What I read was that the amount of space they take is going to deem how much the price is going to be, and we don't know where it's going to be. It's going to be anywhere from that up to a certain point. But at a certain point, they can go another 5 years. Can you just explain the terms of that a little bit more?
Right. So right off the bat, so what we say, if you spend $1 million, right, we're going to give you a 30-year lease. If you spend any more over the $1 million, so for every $100,000 over the million, so in the case that I used in the staff report, so if you spend $1.5 million, you'll get a 35-year lease. Up to a 50-year lease, which would be the total amount would be $3 million, and that's capped by the FAA that says we can't give a lease over 50 years. Make sense? Good.
All right.
Comment.
Sure, go right ahead.
Are you getting ready to open this up?
We will. Do you want to wait until after public comment? Or?
No, I think I would just like to state for the record that I pulled this because I'm really concerned that an item this large, and I did meet with Mr. Hadid during the break. This is a 23-page lease. I understand land leases because I did one with Eagles Nest Storage when I was over there, so I understand the concept. I agree with the concept. When this was on the agenda before, Mr. Seeger, I was the one that called you and asked you where was it going to be located, and you sent me maps. And my concern is, and I do feel, and I do represent the citizens, that items this large should not be on the consent agenda. I'm new. You need to help me be successful in my job, and I'm going to help you be successful in yours.
Okay.
But I believe that full transparency, I'm glad that Greg read the whole 23 pages. I read the whole 23 pages. But the average citizen in Flagler County is not going to read 23 pages to get to the same resolution that you want us to get to. So a nice presentation. I did go online. I did all my research, Mr. Seeger. I did not learn about what this company is going to do here. I do know what they do now. It just is going to help the PR at the airport. It's going to help us be successful if we disclose to the general public what we're doing. This is a big deal.
Okay.
And maybe in our world of millions of dollars, it's not a big deal.
Right.
But I want to make this work. I need to understand the noise. When we look at our new zoning ordinance, there's noise restrictions on the airport, and if this helicopter operation is going to stay on the airport, that's great. I just see vertical, and I see takeoff and vertical. This, I don't get. So I need to understand that there's a safety value. I need to understand that the noise level is not going to interfere with our friends and colleagues that live around us. I think that a 15-minute presentation was much more in line than putting this on the consent agenda. So that's why I pulled it.
Okay. And if it's the consensus of the board, I'd be happy to, in the future, when we have a ground lease for something of this magnitude, to put it under what they call general business, and we'd talk it under that?
Well, I had conversations with the administrator in advance of this to try and vet some of the same concerns that Ms. Carney had, and the ground lease being a standard, right? The lease rate is standard for the airport, so their original thinking is that it's but we do have 2 new members that so the dynamics and expectations are always in shift. I think it would have been better as an item only from you mentioned it, the marketing standpoint of being able to appropriately disclose to the public the benefits and stuff like that, than opposed to having it, just on consent. That's part of the option that we have in our agenda, to be able to talk about items without pulling them, is you can talk about the benefits of certain consent items in order to keep things moving, not make the meetings too long. So that was an added shift to the agenda, just to talk about some items without having to pull them. But those are, we can always have further discussions about, agendas and consent items and expectations. We can plan a separate workshop and talk about that so that we're all on the same page. So that was really only my discussions. I probably was of the same point. I probably would have pulled this only because I thought it was beneficial to have the discussion publicly about another economic, opportunity and development opportunity at the airport. I think it's worth having that discussion. But so we'll go out to public. Is it okay to go out to public comment now?
Yeah, if you could think about it, Mr. Seeger, for a few minutes while the public is speaking, noise is going to keep this item between me and a vote. Is there any way you can project, is there any way that you can give us some sense of comfort in helicopter operations and how it's going to impact your day-to-day operations? That's just that's where I am.
Okay.
Thanks.
I did see a taxiway, and they have rights to a certain taxiway. Is that the one that's constantly being used by a school?
Well, all the aircraft, what it depends on, I mean, that facility will be built off a taxiway hotel. So
That's out by the tower.
that's out by past the
Okay.
tower on the
I wasn't
southeast side of
sure.
the airport.
Right. I see the maps, and they always see them backwards to me. So
Okay.
I don't have that expertise. The other thing is, do you know what the decibels of those helicopters are? The sound is my concern as far as the decibels. Is it going to sound like we're at MASH, or does it going to sound like we're at an airport?
Right. So I'll just real quickly, before we get into it. So first of all, I just want to say, unfortunately, I don't have that crystal ball to say how much they'll be flying. Like Rob said, they're not going to be flying much. So this is not a flight training facility. This is either going to fly them in, or they're going to bring them in on flatbeds, and they're going to fix them up. And it takes a while. It takes months to fix these, to get them to where they want them. And then they'll probably do some quick training, what they call closed traffic training. Now, just imagine if I'm using runway 1129, the controllers can put the helicopter on the opposite runway and do what they call closed traffic patterns. But basically, the helicopters are nice because you can keep those right on airport property, and they don't have to fly over the neighborhoods. Now, are they going to fly over the neighborhood? Probably, right? When they're coming in, but they'll be the nice thing about helicopters can come in. They don't have to have a glide. They can come in a little higher. And actually part of our noise abatement procedures is that helicopters, we have them come in at 500 feet and then bring them down. So they're not coming in at 200 feet or 100 feet. Now, sometimes, we do have our friends from the north, the Navy that comes down in their CH-60s, H-60s, and also the military in the CH-47s as well. So, but like I said, this will not be like a flight school. This is going to be very minimal training, or very minimal training, or very minimal flying for these type of helicopters. And this is going to be much more efficient for them right now, because like Rob said, like right now, they literally fly the helicopters into an airport, land it, take it apart, put it on a flatbed, drive it out in town, fix it, put it back on there, take it to the airport, put it back together on the ramp, and then fly it away. So this is going to be much more efficient for them.
And the FAA, the tower folks are going to be the ones that talk to these pilots as well, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
That was my concern, that they are under the tower's control.
Absolutely.
And, okay, that's huge to me. Thank you.
And I was very familiar with this company as well, because they always used our airport when they were coming, if they were bringing an aircraft from up north, they always came to our airport to get fuel and lunch, and then they would take the final leg down to Pompano. So when they came to see me, I was very familiar with their company.
Now, we have Firefly going up and down numerous times a day.
Right.
And I don't know the size difference in between the
H-60 is much bigger than our Aerostar.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I managed a two-plane detachment, both SH-60s, and when they do a major work on the engine and they have to test fly it, they don't get any more than 3 feet off the ground.
Right.
They're not going to take it up until they know it works. So the majority of the test flight, they bring it up about 3 feet off the ground and run it through all the little things they can do, and then they put it back down again.
Correct.
So,
Thank you, sir. All right. Are we ready to go public comment? All right. At this time, we'll open this item up for public comment. State your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Chantal Proniger. The goal seems interesting, but 30 to 50-year lease is a long time for us. So if you agree to that, I suggest that you keep regulations. So what they say today, to keep those helicopters in a certain area, they don't extend it over time. And the noise of an helicopter is much more than those cuckoo birds that fly all over. Just a thought.
Thank you.
Jane Gentile, you'd after much discussion with my husband, who's been in this business for 45 years, why aren't, my issue is not that much with the helicopter itself, although it is. Why are we going into another captain's barbecue issue? We should prohibit anybody from building their own private building on our property. If they want a lease, our leases should be 5 years renewable. Half of you will be dead in 30 years, I'm sure, or not even on the commission. And a 30-year lease to build their own building on our land, that bothers me more than anything else. The rental of 30 cents a square foot means that my property taxes should be no more than $1,350 for my home, and add my land, maybe another $2,000. Nobody in this planet pays $30 cents a square foot. That's how you came to $1,089 for them to rent our acre and build their own private building. You should prohibit any private. They want to fly their helicopters here under our rules in our buildings. Furthermore, I spoke with Commissioner Dave Sullivan, and you talk about these, they're going to be regulated. Right now, our tower closes at 8 p.m. Now, I know this is third-party hearsay, but you can all contact Dave Sullivan, and he'll say, Jane, the tower needs to be open till 10 o'clock at night by the FAA. Do not let helicopters rent our hangars. Do not allow a building, I don't care who they are, to build on our property. You want to go through another captain's barbecue thing where they own the building? How do we go after them? Do you know, if you looked at how many lawsuits Flagler County is involved in now, just do a Google search on Tom Bexley's website. Ality don't care about another lawsuit. He's still suing Universal Sciences over the Sears building. You have to tell staff what to do, not vice versa. My argument on 7C specifically is allowing any entity to build a private for-profit structure on land that we own. We had enough with Captain's Barbecue. We just settled with these idiots for millions of dollars. The lawsuit was that they would have to close their shop. They never had to close their restaurant. They're number one, and we gave them $1 million. That's the kind of asinine legal department. What recourse do we have with a 30-year lease? Let them use one of our terminals.
Thank you.
Or we construct a terminal
Thank you.
for them. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Tom Albano again. I'm a little miffed at the questioning of the industrial property at the airport. So the property has been zoned industrial for a while. It's nothing new. So why are we tabling something when we have a defined use of industrial property? That's what I'm a little miffed about.
You can just state the public comment. We'll address it afterwards.
Okay, so my public comment is, why are we tabling something based on this business wants to lease a piece of property?
Well, nothing's
that
been
is
tabled
zoned.
yet. Nothing's been tabled yet.
Okay, well, I thought it was.
No, this is just, we
Why
pulled
was
it
it,
from
why was it
consent.
even
just
questioned? That's what I don't understand.
Okay, we'll
So
clarify
in other words,
that.
if you're going to lease, I'm a business owner. I own Premier Food Trucks over in Bunnell. We own our property. Industrial property is scarce in Flagler County. Probably going to talk to the airport about leasing property. We need to increase our business. Be great because, like I said, not much industrial property. Airport property, if I want to work on helicopters, airplanes, I got to do it in an airport. So I got to lease property from the airport. I'd have to hate to jump through every hoop to do it. I feel bad for this realtor guy having to come up here and jump through all these hoops trying to bring a $2 million building in. So just curious.
Well, we'll let Ms. Carney, I think she was relating it to the past, to the prior location. But if you wanted to.
I mean, the zoning maps for Flagler County haven't changed much over the years.
Right.
You know, we have ag, we have industrial, B1, B2. So if somebody buys residential property next to industrial, they should expect those kind of things.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other public comment?
Hi, Darlene Shelley again. The question is, why would we allow private building on the county property? And Ms. Youd makes a good point about the potential, like, how do you get them out? And what is the benefit to Flagler County or Palm Coast? I could stand here and tell you 30 reasons why it is not a benefit, but a detriment, and perhaps even a hazard to the safety, health, and welfare of the local residents. 30 cents a square foot? Okay, so is Palm Coast gonna maybe charge me $750 for a relevant square footage on my home? No. But my home is not a sanctuary. It is in a war zone. We have at least 500 training excessive flight aircrafts flying over, not just my home, but all of the U section, most of the S section, so many sections of town. And our residents don't have time to come up here and explain to you how it affects our daily lives. The point of the matter is the number of operations gets the amount of the millions of dollars in federal and FDOT grants. Despite what Mr. Seeger told me, it is all about the operations, and they're looking for more. We all know what happened with the Black Hawk helicopters and the plane crash. Horrific, wonderful people lost. And again, it's not a matter of if a catastrophe is going to happen here, it's when. And is this catastrophe going to be in one of our non-compliant hospitals? Is it going to be the Flagler High School? Is it going to be BJ's? Is it going to be the propane tanks that are all over around this area? The issue is, in 2016, the zoning regulations, which the airport will have you believe is about just the height of a antenna, it's not about that. It's about controlling the growth that went around the airport. And it was supposed to be mitigated to be industrial use, as is Ormond. When you go down and all around it are industrial parks.
This is about the helicopter property right now. So if you can keep your comments to that topic.
I understand. I'm just saying that you're going to make it worse by allowing whether it's 20 Black Hawks to go up in a year, whether it's 50, whether it's 100. We don't know. Are they going to come in on flatbeds, or are they going to fly around and do test flights? My concern is one Black Hawk going up when 500 training flights are going around. Ms. Richardson said school. It's not flight school. It's at least 10 or 12. And it's not just from Flagler. It's from all across eastern Florida. Thank you.
Next public comment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg Blasse, Palm Coast. So we heard 30 jobs that are going to be created because of this $1.5 to $2 million investment from a private sector company coming to our community. I think this is exactly what we have been asking for of the airport. If you've been paying attention to kind of the county strategic plan and what's been happening at the airport. Roy mentioning property and investments remain ours after the lease. I mean, it seems to me the bottom line is if you support growing jobs in our community, you should support this. And the point made about the pad-ready site is what makes this so important. We do not have pad-ready economic development sites littered throughout this community. That's part of the reason why we can't attract jobs and we can't diversify our economy. The reality is that I think, and it was mentioned by the other individual here and earlier about helping PR at the airport. What would help most is this is part of the plan. The reason why we're asking a private sector company to construct a multi-million-dollar building and then potentially abandon it and leaving it to the residents of Flagler County is because that is what we are asking for as a part of the plan. The best PR move for the airport would be to vote this through unanimously to show other people who are considering investing millions of dollars in our airport and growing jobs in our community that we are open to those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Anybody have any additional questions for staff? For Mr. Seeger?
Roy, did you get a feel or an idea of how you can answer the original question I presented?
About the noise?
Yes, thank you.
So really, I didn't have too much to add to that other than the fact of, again, they're not a flight school. They're basically what they call an MRO, maintenance, repair, and overhaul. So that's basically what a company is. And at the end of the day, this is what we want there, right? I mean, this is the kind of business that we want. We want aviation businesses on the airport. We can't put this somewhere else, right? We can't put this in Palm Coast. We can't put this out in the field somewhere. I mean, I guess they could. They could do it like they did in Pompano, but they don't want to do that. They want to be efficient. And I want to put this out there and say, also, there's something called a Part 13, and I hope we never go down this route. But because we are an airport, and because that we have leasable land, we can't tell, and literally because of grant assurances, we're really not allowed to tell businesses aviation businesses, that they can't come to our airport. We can't. Again, we're a public use airport. They could file file Part 13 against us, which could basically hurt future grants for the airport, basically saying that we're not in compliant with our FAA grants. But I'll go back to the noise. I can't give you exact noise. I can't tell you exactly. But I can tell you they do fly differently than airplanes. Like I said, they're going to come in at 500 feet and then land on it and then taxi in. In any type of training they do, like Commissioner Hansen said, most of those guys, when they test fly those helicopters, they stay 3 to 10 feet above the ground, and then they do their hover checks, and then when everything's good, they'll do that several times, and then they'll take off and go fly over the beach or go out to the west and fly around.
Mr. Moylan, did you want to address how do we get them out, or how do they get out of the lease? So we go to the 30 years or 35, whatever we end up having, and they do what's called a surrender, correct? They surrender the property. There's about, from what I can tell in the lease, there's about 12 items on how they can default.
Correct.
And then we ask for them to fix the default, or we take over, from what I can read. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is a standard lease agreement. I get it. We've done it several times. So Roy, could you tell me about how many other leases we currently own with businesses, with employees, and business being run out of the airport? Not your leases on your hangars, but business leases.
Right. So there was different. Here's a great example. Back, if you all remember the name Bobby Ginn? Remember that? So the county, back then, they built that hangar for him, and he didn't want to, as I understood it. He wanted to build it himself, which they should have let him do, because when he defaulted on the lease, well, guess what? We were stuck with that note of almost $3.8 million. And I will tell you, I've been here almost 16 years. I think we just paid that note off. We paid that off. So, and here's the thing: you don't typically find companies that want to come in and say, "Hey, I want to rent this hangar for $12,000 a month." There's very few, and we were very lucky when I was able to find Delta Engineering to come in to pay that kind of money, and still. So that's why I think it's, when we get into these, people's telling me all the time, well, you build me a hangar and I'll rent it. Well, are you going to pay me $10,000? Are you going to pay the county $10,000 a month? No, I can't afford that. Well, that doesn't make a good return on investment for me. But this model makes a great return on investment. Now I'll go back. So that's just one example with the Bobby Ginn, right? We also had Lighthouse Development that built the 3-story building, right? And all the other small buildings, it was called Triangle Air. Again, that was a ground lease. Gentleman put in over $4 million worth of his money into that. And when he defaulted, he defaulted, but the bank got that back. And when the bank got it back, we worked with them. Me and Al worked very diligently with Fifth Third Bank to go through all that bankruptcy. And at the end of it, they came to us and said, Roy, would you be interested in buying this? And I'm like, not at $4 million. But we ended up buying that whole facility at 50 cents on the dollar back then. So, and it's been great for us. Same thing with the CAP facility. Again, something that the county went and built, and then they defaulted, and we got stuck holding the bag. So the good thing about this, we're not going to get stuck holding the bag, and here's why. Also, what you asked Sean about is all the different levels of how we can get them out if they default, right? But also in there is very detailed how long they have to do everything, right? They have 6 months to design. You've got 18 months, or I'm paraphrasing because I don't really know off the top of my head. You have a certain amount to build this. And if you don't do this, you'll be in default, because what we don't want them to do is we lease them this piece of property and they do nothing with it and sit on it. So what this does, it forces them to get busy and to build a facility. Any other questions?
I will finally say, I think I got everything done. Thank you.
All right,
Sorry.
Well, we're good.
Sorry.
There's no need to apologize. You got to do your due diligence.
I just want my constituents to understand, and especially the group that's here, that we have to, there's 2 ways of getting through this. And this is public land. This is not private land. We zone things for certain reasons. I believe that this is tight. I believe the contract is tight. I have to listen to the testimony that I have regarding the company that's coming here. I have stated my reasons for why I believe it should have been on the regular agenda. I will look for it to do that in the past. In the future. And this is what we're here for. We have to have jobs. We have to have partners. The building is being built by another party. The county's not being asked. This is not. I don't see this as a high risk. So. The numbers, now let's say we own it in 35 years from now, then is when the rent will go higher. That then is when the rent will, and there is a clause in here, by the way, for 3% annual adjustment. So, I mean, it's low, but it's still an adjustment that they have to look at for the next 30 years. So just try to think of this as the use of public property.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item 7C.
All right, I have a motion to approve 7C, the consideration of a ground lease agreement between Flagler County and Van Dam Helicopters. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, second by Commissioner Richardson. Items to discuss.
Any further discussion on this board?
Right, I have none.
I have none.
I have none.
Okay.
All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Have, motion carries 3-1. We will move to item 7D, consideration of the agreement establishing the scope of services and compensation for Sauer Construction for the construction of the airport terminal building project. Mr. Seeger.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Chair Dance and Commissioners, my name is Roy Seeger, Director of Flagler Executive Airport. So in front of you right now is a consideration of the agreement establishing the scope and services and compensation for Sauer Construction for the construction of the terminal airport building. So as you all know, back in December 16th, this board approved bid award 25-011P to Sauer Construction. That was put out for a public bid. I believe we had 7 bids for that project. Sauer Construction was the lowest bidder at the time, so they were awarded the bid. This right here is merely a formality of give them a contract to be able to start on the construction of this facility. I also like to add that we already have all of the funding in place. We have all the FDOT. We have 2 FDOT PTGAs and 2 amendments as well, all in place. All the money is in place. We're getting them in place. And then right now, we also have our CEI services coming up to you shortly on the 17th as well.
Okay.
For this project.
All right, very good. Thank you, sir.
What is that?
CEI after construction, that comes to us next. Construction inspection.
Okay.
All right, questions for Mr. Seeger?
Could you tell me what the words for the CEI, the words that attach to that abbreviation, please?
Right, I'm sorry. So so CEI is Construction, Engineering, and Inspection.
Thank you.
Again, not part of this one.
Not part of this. No, that's not part of this. This is merely the construction contract with Sauer Construction to construct the facility. They're the contractor to build it.
To accept their bid.
Well, we already accepted their bid. This
Okay.
is just a contract to the formality of accepting their contract. They are accepting our contract. It's actually Flagler County's contract.
Ms. Petito.
I know that there had been some public comment earlier about this agenda item and the quality maybe of the company that we had selected. And I just wanted to let you know that when we went through this process, we vetted each one of the top submissions that we had, and we wanted to make sure that they had a history of developing aviation or aerospace-related projects. And I just wanted to note that Sauer Construction LLC is headquartered in Jacksonville, Florida. They located there back in like 1970, but they actually started business in the late 1800s. There's 3 notable projects that they had worked on that show their experience in aviation and aerospace. I wanted to mention that they did Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, they did the Elgin Air Force Base fuel cell maintenance hangar, as well as Kennedy Space Center Central Data Center. So I just wanted you to have comfort in knowing that they're not a fly-by-night business. They are somebody who is established and has been around for a long time. I just wanted to clear that up.
And I'd also like to add, I do have a representative here from Sauer. His name is Eric. If you'd like him to come up here and brief you on their company, I could be happy to do that as well.
Maybe a short 1-minute briefing would be
You
great.
can come back, Eric?
Just state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Eric Richley. I'm the Director of Pre-Construction for Sauer Construction. Heidi kind of stole my thunder. I was going to point out that Sauer has been around since the late 1800s, I believe 1876. It's a privately owned company. It's been owned by the same family since then. They're on their 3rd generation. Our bond rate is below 1%, so that sort of gives you an indication of how well financed the company is. Very, very strong financially.
I'd point out to the board that, this project was, I think the contract, the project was bid toward the end of last year. It's already March, and we've got things going on like tariffs and all these other things that are getting ready to happen that are going to impact costs. So I would say that the longer you wait, the more expensive it could possibly get. So I would encourage the board to act promptly. So,
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, I'll go open this up for public comment. If there's anybody that would like to speak to this issue, keep your comments to the construction contract, please.
First of all, thank you, Kim Carney, for your total support and understanding. My issue is not with the need of a new terminal, which it originally was, because I've read the 263 pages, most of it. And we will need a new terminal. Hopefully, we'll get rid of the flight schools and a new terminal. Exactly what I said at the workshop. We'll get businesses, private companies who own jets. My sole concern with this company, and Roy was very polite to me on the phone the other day, we disagree, but we can disagree without being disagreeable. The fact that they're the lowest bidder is not a reason to choose the company. I'm an LLC, okay? Sue me. You might get my underwear, okay? An LLC, what money do they have? They were Inc. If you go into I go into every Secretary of State. That's why I saw Van Dam Helicopters is a long-term company. I just don't want them building their own building. Let them rent one of our hangars. That's fine. So I don't like what Greg always twists my words around. But we need to put this out for another bid. We should not, even when you go into the Secretary of State, the personal representative gives a financial service in Tallahassee, which is a clearinghouse for many businesses. You don't put your money in an LLC. You put your money where you know you're going to get money back. You're going to have another lawsuit like the Old Dixie Hotel, which is going on for 6 years, or the one this is absurd. My issue is doing business. It's not against building a terminal. I originally was against a terminal, but I read the master plan, and I want us all, I hope you table that master plan, because the company who did that master plan should be the only people who come in and revise it. Nobody else, none of Adam's people. But Sauer Construction, I don't want to do business with an LLC. We're in enough trouble. I'm paying $4,000 a year taxes, and you can charge $1,089, which is 30 cents a square foot, for someone to build a building that they own. It's another...
Yes, you'd keep it to the contract,
I'm
please.
sorry. Please rebid this and make sure it's an LLC and you can vet the assets of the company and their insurance policy to know that the citizens of Flagler County are totally insured. Don't do business with an LLC that's changed ownership 4 times in 3 years. That's not a good business background.
Thank you. Any additional public comment, please, on this item?
Hi,
Good morning.
Darlene Shelley. Morning again. My just questions and comments on this item. Curious what the other companies were. And I'm also very concerned with LLCs. Ms. Petito mentioned the term fly-by-night, and it just kind of reminded me that a lot of the flight schools are LLCs. And when they change, often it seems to be a red flag for accountability in holding that company accountable in case something comes up. Who are they? What are their backgrounds? Do they have the capability of, standing up in the case of things going awry or going the wrong way. And this is for the construction agreement of the terminal building, which I originally thought was a good thing until some of the terminology of the grant requests came up, and I kept seeing the words intermodal. Terminals, normally you think, are for ticketed passengers. I know, and I was seeing, perhaps intermodal with Flagler Airport may mean other types of transportation, including, bus terminal, or perhaps some way to connect with the railroad. I don't know what the end game here is, but what I do know is that the airport director and the airport are not going to be happy until they get bigger, 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 bigger. And it is surrounded by incompatible uses.
Again, stick to the contract, please. This is the item.
Well, it is terminal, so I'm using the terminal aspect of it and the building of that terminal with a company that's an LLC. And, all my experiences with LLCs is, why not have just an established company? Why use an LLC? To me, it's not, really the best way to present your company. Yes, pretty much that's it. I know you have your minds made up anyway, so I'll end it there.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else that wish to address the commission?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg Blasset, Palm Coast. Not going to make this very long, just that the FBO is needed. I mean, that's why we're here. We've got a contract with that has gone through the rigors of the county staff, making sure that these companies meet the qualifications to be able to construct such a facility. This has been planned for years and years and years. So I don't know Sauer Construction, but I strongly suspect, based on knowing your staff, that they wouldn't be before you if they weren't a reputable organization that had the ability to execute this contract. The bottom line is the FBO is needed. That's why we're here. I think that's the main point that I wanted to bring up is, Mr. Chair, you were out there for Race to the Runways. We have great events at this. The property right across the street or the parking lot is being upgraded. There needs to be new investment in that FBO. That building is pretty rough looking, and I think we all know it. But I support this, and I would urge you to as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it. Any other public comment? All right, seeing them, we'll bring it back to the board. Final comments or questions?
So again, I'd like to speak to why I pulled it. It wasn't because of an email. It wasn't because of a phone call. Back in February, we entered into a grant with FDOT that required us to have an airport zoning ordinance. We do not have an airport zoning ordinance. That was imposed on us back in 2017. We failed to do it. We looked at one in 2023. It was sent to the state to be stamped as okay. That didn't happen. In January, this board was told that this ordinance would be ready by March, the end of March. The ordinance is not ready by the end of March. We are therefore non-compliant on the grant. We will be non-compliant on the grant. And here we are spending the grant. No one's going to change my mind on this. There's not an email in the world that's going to change my mind. Even the governor could call me, and I'm not changing my mind on this. Staff failed to provide the ordinance in a timely manner. So what shows up on my agenda instead of the ordinance? A spend for $11,275.61. It is not going to happen. This needs to be an agenda item. We need complete transparency on spending $11 million. I am sorry that some of the speakers were not here when we chose Sauer. I am not against Sauer. I am not against the airport. I am not against economic development. I am against the fact that we are spending money today that we don't deserve. We don't meet the qualifications of the grant. We could be at risk. The risk on signing and approving this expenditure today is much higher than the risk of working with Sauer LLC. So I'm voting no on this, and I'm voting no, and I'm asking my board to follow our procedures on how to get this grant done. And I look forward to the grant, to the ordinance coming before me in April, and I sure hope it gets done in April, because I'm not even convinced of that.
Any other comments? I will just say that spending a little bit of time researching Sauer will take you to their website, which is a plethora of pretty extensive and impressive projects. I don't consider them to be, as you vetted them, extremely capable of this. We have, and obviously, not going to change Commissioner Carney's mind, but the agency we're working through on this is fully abreast of where of our status with them. We are in compliance with them as far as getting the ordinance done. I don't think the project should wait. It has been, this project, again, I'll go back to say, through the different aspects of it, has been around for a while as we've continued to gain. We have 98%, 95 to 98% of this is paid through FDOT grants. The significance, especially the allocation and the request from the state, that our request for them for the additional $5 million funding is a terribly bad look if this doesn't get approved, if we don't continue with the construction of this terminal. It's something we won't be able to recover from.
What in the grant? Chairman, what if they call in the grant because we're not compliant? You've got one email from one person that you've been dealing with for a couple of sessions, I don't know how long, that says it's okay for you to do this because you're working on it. That does not protect us.
It's the grantee. It's from the grantee. It's not another person. It's not a different office. It is from the grantee.
But she can't override a financial recall of this grant. It's not up to her whether or not we're in compliance or not.
They have given us the compliance to continue working on this agreement. That is the compliance.
What's the consequences if we pass? Hold on, please, let me ask my question. What's the consequences if this doesn't get complied by the end of March, as per the original agreement with the grant? Is this another GIN opportunity?
If I could, the grant agreement as it's written is that we will be in compliance, not that we are in compliance today, but that we're asserting that we will be in compliance for this grant. Not that as of this moment we are in compliance, but that we will be in compliance, which we will be in compliance, which is why we thought it was important to reach out to the grantor, which was FDOT. The lady in the email exchange is the lady at the local level that we work with on our grant opportunities. They're aware of our status. They had extended the acknowledgement or approval that they continue to recognize that we are working towards that. There was one little step that needed to be done, and because of timing and the way it's written in statute, we need to create the Airport Zoning Commission, before we can actually have our first and second reading. So the timing of bringing it back will not be March, it'll be the month of April, but that's why we wanted to ensure that the grantor, FDOT, was aware of our efforts and what we were doing. But again, it doesn't mean that we need to be in compliance today, it's just that we're telling them, giving them the assurance that we will be in compliance, and we will be. But in the event of the local jurisdiction not having an ordinance in place, FDOT would be the default, and they would be the one that would oversee or do that zoning requirement because we don't have an ordinance yet. So then it defaults back to FDOT.
I'm concerned. I'm concerned about us agreeing to spend a certain amount of money without any guarantees at all. You say that's a guarantee. I don't see it as a guarantee because there's a condition of something that's the next item, which I totally don't agree with. So if that's the preempt for this to happen, then I guess I know what my decision on that is. It's a lot of spinning around. This is, when I was first started in this commission, I spent quite a bit of time with Mr. Seeger to understand what was going on. I saw the floor plans of the changes and everything else. That was in October, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe November. No, I think it was in October. Why is it taken from October to March 3rd to even discuss this? Why? I've got a lot of stares. Why? If that had to be done, why wasn't that done months ago in preparation for this to continue? That's my question.
That's a great question. That's a great question, Commissioner. So why it takes so long? Well, first of all, is that I can't bring anything to this commission if I don't have the money in place. So that was, we talked about almost $11 million, right? 11.5 million. So I got a PTGA. And then the FTT had some more money. They gave me an amendment to that. Then they gave me a second amendment to that. And then they were trying to figure out how do we get at that other PGA for that 100% $5 million from the legislative. They had to work with Tallahassee to get that money. And it said, it all takes time to get all that. Because do you think I'm going to bring you a contract if I don't have the money in place? You'll throw me out of here. So that's what took the time, right? Roy, get the money in place, then come see us. And that's what we did.
So now the condition is this committee must be approving of it prior to it getting started, right? This airport zoning committee.
Correct.
That we want to compromise that to be the same people that are doing the planning and zoning.
Right, and I can let Sean talk about that. And
Okay, good.
And I would say, Commissioner, I'd hopefully, maybe if that is that we can talk about that now before you make that decision.
Well, hold on. Let me ask Al a question. Just maybe things weren't put in the right order for the agenda item. Is there a way that we can postpone where we're at to move to the zoning commission and settle that before this issue comes up? Because that will have, I think we need time to settle that commission issue before we get to this.
To make that change.
Okay, do we need, and the terminology of just postponing this and going to another item would be?
Just what you said.
And that would need a positive consensus or a vote?
A consensus should work.
Okay. I understand the dilemma, so I think we have the opportunity to shift things around. So if there's consensus to go forward and address the commission now, we can come back. We'll postpone this item temporarily until we settle the commission issue.
Right. It's the cart before the horse. And
okay.
That's
So I have consensus to move that. You okay? Okay. Commissioner Hanson shakes his head. So we're going to temporarily postpone the discussion on 7D, and we're going to go to 7E, which is the resolution appointing the Flagler County Airport Zoning Commission. And we will take that up at this point. So 7E.
Okay, I can, excuse me, I can start, and then I'll rely on our county attorney's office. But in accordance with Florida Statute 333.05, which governs airport zoning regulations, what you have in front of you, staff is proposing the board consider adopting a resolution for the establishment of an airport zoning commission. Their job would be to ensure that the safe and compatible development of land surrounding the airport facilities. And by moving forward, the commission will create and designate the existing county planning and development board as the airport zoning commission, which is expressly permitted by law in statute. They actually recommend that you use your zoning, whoever does your zoning, because this is a zoning function, to serve as that person. So what they would do, their primary responsibility of this Airport Zoning Commission, AKA your County Planning and Development Board, they will review and recommend zoning regulations that prevent hazardous land use or obstructions within the airport approach zones. They will ensure compliance with state and federal aviation safety standards, and they will advise the Board of County Commission on any zoning amendments related to airport protection and airspace compatibility. By using your planning and development board, you're actually streamlining that regulatory oversight rather than creating another zoning board. This is what your current board does. So this way, they're going to adhere to Florida statute requirements for airport land use. It'll enhance aviation safety, promote responsible economic development, and it'll support long-term airport operations. So I don't know if there's a question, but it is expressly identified in statute that you use it rather than create a new one. But the board could decide to pick new people to serve this purpose, but I'm not sure that it would make sense when you consider the number of times that this board would have to convene on something related to the airport. That's why I think it's better to streamline it and use the tool that you already have. I don't know if I hear.
Thank you. Mr. Deeb.
Not just that the statutes recommend, not just that FDOT recommends that we use our existing planning board, but it is the logical choice. We don't have to create another entity.
Can I ask
Okay.
a question?
Yep, questions for the board. Commissioner Richardson.
Okay. How many people on the Planning and Zoning Board have airport experience? Just curious.
I'm hearing one.
Is this working? I believe we have one who has constructed some T-hanger terminals for us.
Though they've built, but do they have any airline or airport experience other than building a facility?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So how do we value their decision or
The airport,
and their expertise towards the protection of the, contract?
the purpose of the ordinance is to establish procedures for the permitting of obstructions like cell towers and to prohibit hazards from being constructed close to the airport, like a landfill that would generate birds, which could collide with the engines of airplanes. So it is very much a zoning and land use type of ordinance. Certainly it involves airplanes, but I don't think you need to be a pilot to understand the concepts of this ordinance.
I didn't say a pilot, but any employment in the airline industry. They've never carried baggage, luggage. I mean, as simple as that. Basics, operations, landing planes, something else. Some type of expertise in that field. I find it very unusual. And it scares me a little bit. I got to be honest with you.
Well, Pam, the issue is not flying airplanes. The issue is zoning. Zoning
I
is the
understand
issue.
that, but it's zoning for airplane traffic, airplane usage, or or
Let
not?
Let me clarify. I mean, you have another item just next to it, which I think identifies the difference. One is we have the zoning commission, which again is something that the Planning and Zoning Board deals with on a constant basis of incompatibility issues, variances, all those types of things. The next item you have is the Airport Master Plan Working Group and bylaws, and specifically stated within that, that's going to be the group of citizens or people with different experience in airports that are going to contribute to the consultant on working and revising the master plan. So you have two separate groups that we're going to have, and I want to make sure there's a distinction between the two, because the people you're talking about will be perfect for the master plan working group, but they don't necessarily have experience in zoning and the complexities within land use zoning and land use issues. And that's exactly what our planning board and new members that don't have zoning experience, we now require educational components to make them at least minimally capable in zoning and understanding land use and zoning issues. And that's what the zoning commission is for, not necessarily the things that you say they should have, but the ones that you're talking about would be great for the working group.
Okay, it's just a work group then for that, but not.
So there's
It's
two
not a
different things.
long-term group is what you're saying, correct? Okay, that makes it a little bit easier for me after I was on the Planning and Zoning Board here for 3 years. So I just wanted to know why that's being used and what the benefit or disadvantage is. So thank you for bringing that corrected to me.
Comments and questions, yep.
Question. So as we move through, and no one wants to see this ordinance done more than I am, for the record. As we move towards the airport zoning ordinance, it appears as though Bunnell and Palm Coast will be either interlocaling with us or coming up with one of their own. Would they depend on this board, or will they have to form their own airport zoning commission as well?
They would need to form their own as well because they have to follow the same statutory procedures. You are correct about an interlocal. The planning staff of our planning staff and the City of Palm Coast planning staff, and I think to a lesser degree, the City of Bunnell's planning staff have been having extensive conversations about how this will play out. And Mr. Mengel can speak more to it if you have detailed questions, but essentially, when a applicant with a landowner within the city wants to build a tall structure, and these would essentially be cell phone towers, if it's within one of these zones that creates a hazard for airplanes, they would have to go through the county's permitting procedures. Right now, they have to go through FDOT's permitting procedures. Once we have the ordinance in place, the authority is handed off to us as the local governing body, and through the interlocal, landowners within the city limits who have a potential hazard would use the county's permitting process.
Or zoning? It will come through our zoning at that point.
Our staff would
And then
process
the next step
this.
will go to planning, to this committee, and then the committee will.
Oh, no, Commissioner, actually, this committee, this zoning commission is strictly for establishing the ordinance itself. They make a recommendation to you, and then you have the final authority. Once
So
the
it's
ordinance
just
is on
all
the
straight permitting once we get this ordinance in place.
straight permitting by staff.
I have no conflict in my brain about that it has to stay in the zoning department. I get that. And Adam did a fabulous job getting all of this together. There were many comments at the town hall meeting that I had about how well he was prepared. I think it needs to stay there. I know we need a commission, and I'm fine with this. Thank you.
Any other comments before we go to public comment? All right, we'll open this up for public comment if anybody wishes to address the commission on this item.
Thank you, Pam Richardson. The planning board is not the board at all. The master plan refers to the Airport Advisory Board that Heidi Petito swore to Jerry Cameron would be reestablished when she took over. The master plan does not refer to the zoning board. The zoning board is an insult. You need to open up applications for people who have experience in the airline industry, Mr. Hanson. They don't have to be pilots. My husband will be an applicant if you open this up. He has 44 years in the airline industry, from building the Concorde in Bristol when he was 16 years old to working for Raytheon and other fixed-based operations in Miami, now with Northrop Grumman for 15 years, now working on the Artemis project in Kennedy Space Center. You need people who are familiar with all facets of aviation, not the zoning board. Several weeks ago, you heard your county attorney tell Leanne Pennington that they never made rules for special exceptions. This planning board approved boats and RVs in parking lots next to single-family homes in Plantation Bay. The current tower you see, and Pam, when Pam was on the planning board was more respectful than it is today. Leanne said to Al, because you broke the law before, you're going to break it again. You were right here, Mr. Dance. You don't give this to the planning board who has no experience. You interview people who know about airports, and you interview my husband with 45 years of experience, who's a lot more than Jack Corbett, who wanted a vote to put RVs and boat parking next to his neighbors' homes. You don't have people like that. Do you know the airport tower that is up on Old Dixie Highway? That tower was designed to be 1 foot lower, it's an airport tower, than required lighting. It was my husband who went before the planning board and said, you better put a light. No radar, no nothing. And Craig Coffey was so infuriated, he wanted the light to come down. You don't give this to the planning board. You have a planning board director who doesn't even live in Flagler County, who pays no taxes. You want a zoning airport commission. You advertise for people who have airline experience. It doesn't have to be a pilot. It could be a baggage handler. It could be a fuel supplier. It could be someone like my husband who's worked on aircraft for 46 years, but not people on the planning board who approve boats and parking next to townhouses. They are not the experts. Thank you.
Any more public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg Blasset, Palm Coast. I don't really have an opinion about the Airport Zoning Commission other than after listening to the conversation, being that it's recommended by state law that you should probably, I would recommend, use the state statutes, keep the politics out of it. I have a lot of experience, as y'all do, about zoning. My concern would be, what if we have baggage handlers trying to make land use zoning recommendations? I think that would be way more dangerous. It seems like the working group is where the aviation folks are appropriate, so I would say send them there. But it seems like state law would be the best way to keep this out of the political world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment?
Hi there. Ron Long, Aldo Drive. I literally just ran in. I've been watching this. Let me catch my breath 1 second. I did want to say, as a current member of the Planning and Development Board, I understand the importance for people to have an aviation experience and airport experience, but when it really boils down to it, a lot of this that's going to be discussed has to do with zoning, our land development code, our comprehensive plan, and that's really just what I want to say. All right.
I don't know that I've ever had anybody run to get to public comment before.
But at least he didn't fly in. That's the important thing.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment? All right, well, we're going to have to do a better job of queuing up. For if you're going to speak public comment, we have to be ready.
I'm slow, I've got issues. So I think it was Ms. Petito that mentioned state statute 333.05, procedure for adoption of airport zoning regulations. Notice and hearing, airport zoning regulations may not be adopted, amended, or repealed under this chapter except by the action of the legislative body of the political subdivision or affected subdivisions or the joint board provided in 333.03. And this is an awfully late date in the game to be talking about this when these committees, work groups, airport advisory councils, there's so many different names for it, but the point of the matter is they're all many, many years overdue. And now I understand everybody's desire for millions of dollars in FDOT and FAA grant money, but you simply can't rush this through when the requirements of what I just read to you have not been done. It's very convenient to have the PLDRB be this committee because you can claim they've already had these meetings that are required with timeframes and public notice where we can come and speak our mind and give our versions of the fact, and cherry pick the verbiage that's in here that protects the residents and not just what meets the agenda for pushing this through. I don't agree with making this committee the PLDRB. I understand the reasons why you want to do that, because then you don't have to start from square one. But square one was 2017, and you would have had plenty of time to put the proper people in the proper required positions and commissions and councils. The only council that I know of was the Airport Advisory Committee that was disbanded because the folks with the information and the knowledge, the pilots and the folks utilizing the airport, voiced their concern about not needing such a huge terminal and questioned the plan, and they were dismissed, and that council disbanded. So now, all of a sudden, all these years later, you're proposing it be the PLDRB, but I do not agree. I think you need to follow the actual state statute and appoint the committee and follow the process that's put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll come back to the commission. Final questions for staff? I mean, the only thing I want to say is here we're confusing a lot of terminology. This is not an airport advisory board. This is not the task force for the master plan. This is a specific item identified in public statute, and it's I just don't want to mix all of these different things together. This is a specific zoning commission. And, again, the commission has everything in place. They've had their sunshine law training. They've had all the different training to be able to function from day one in this capacity. And remember, we're going to get expert testimony from all of these issues. The experts are going to be in front of just like at a regular PLDRB, stating the expert opinions and facts of the issues that are brought forth. So
I just wanted to clarify why we're doing this, what we're doing, for myself as well as for the public that is here.
Absolutely.
And listening and learning along with me, because we can only make good decisions when we have good answers.
I don't think there's any downside to having more discussion. Ms. Petito, did you have anything? Okay.
The only thing I was going to say, and I know it was mentioned in the staff report, this item that's being considered today in draft form was brought before your Planning and Development Board in February 11th, where they did review the draft to consider it. It was unanimously recommended for approval, which is why we brought it before you. It will go back to them again, and they will, in their official capacity, if this is approved today, in their official capacity now serving as this Airport Zoning Commission, they will review it and provide a final report when they consider it on March 11th. And so that's the requirement where it will go in front of them as a committee. There will be opportunities for the public to weigh in. That report is due back to you, and then that's what I don't want to call it a delay, but it's a necessary step in the creation of the ordinance, which is why we can't hear the ordinance until April.
And that's kind of unique too. And I think the one thing that I noticed that was unique is they're going to issue a report, which we don't typically get, but it's good that we'll get a summary of those findings in report form.
So the public will get an announcement of the meeting because they're sitting as a different committee, but they're assigned to be the airport commission. Then they'll adjourn that meeting and go into planning and development, or will it be on the agenda for the planning and development committee?
It would be on their agenda as a separate item where they put on their hat as the Airport Zoning Commission. Just like it hasn't happened yet in your term, but sometimes this county commission puts on its hat as the land planning agency when a school board representative could, although they haven't done so, but they could technically sit up there with you as a non-voting member. So it'll be on the same agenda, but they'll be sitting in a different capacity.
Which will be highlighted in the agenda. Yeah.
But the general public won't know it unless they get the email, open the attachment, or go on the website and see that they're sitting as the airport.
They would have to look at the notice of the meeting that we publish, the agenda.
Okay.
And they'll get, anybody who's pre-assigned those notices will get that same notice if they've signed up for email notices and stuff. That'll all still come through.
Correct.
Okay. So nothing changes as far as notifications.
Right.
Okay. Any other final questions? So we're looking for a motion on 7E. It's a resolution appointing the Flagler County Airport Zoning Commission. Is there a motion for 7E?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve 7E.
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Richardson, and that is to appoint the Planning and Development Board as the Airport Zoning Commission. I have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Okay, so with that closed, we will move back to 7D, which is the consideration of the agreement establishing the scope of services and compensation for Sauer Construction for the construction of the airport terminal building project. So we've heard from Mr. Seeger, we've heard from the representative of Sauer Construction. We now have approved the Planning and Development Board as the Airport Zoning Commission. So now I bring it back to you for further questions to staff, if you have any. Yes, ma'am.
Just to
bring it all back
the
around.
package, right? Yes, absolutely, to bring it around. So now that we know that their next meeting, they'll be able to present what you need to proceed to get to the end of this, resolve this whole situation, and that if we vote now on this company, Sauer, to go ahead and be the builder for our project, that will start with those funds from the state and everybody else that you've worked so hard to get the monies to, and we will be in compliance. You can assure me that we'll be in compliance at that point.
That's correct, Commissioner. And I would also add that this, the grant that we're paying the contractor with is a reimbursement grant. And so the money comes originally from the county, and then we seek reimbursement through the grant terms from FDOT. So we would know very early on if they had an issue with us with the process of our zoning ordinance, once we make that first application for reimbursement.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, and again, just to bring this all back around to package it up nicely, please, as we deliberate, remember that as we approve the construction of the terminal, that we've got explicit authorization that this commission asked the state legislature to provide additional funding of $5 million. That was our request that they granted us. And that, in addition to other DOT grants, the PTGA grants, culminate in almost the entirety of this thing being funded through FDOT. So this is a critical vote in making sure that one, we state a positive message to the legislature that we approve, that we're all on sync, and that all the hard work, like you said, that we put into this up to this point is put into place. So thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I'll need a motion on 7D.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve 7D.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All right, hearing and seeing no other questions, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor of approval of 7D signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries 3-1. Thank you. We've done C, D, E, and F. We have F. All right. Consider the adoption of a resolution establishing the Airport Master Plan Update Working Group and the Working Group bylaws.
So I can, again, cover this one and then get some help from our attorney's office.
And I think after this, we'll take a short break before we go to the other ones. I just want to, if anybody's getting antsy, we'll take a break after this one.
Okay.
Okay.
So as the county undertakes an update to the airport master plan, staff had recommended that we establish a dedicated airport master plan working group to collaborate with our consultant throughout that planning process. The working group will serve as key advisory body, ensuring that the updated master plan reflects the needs of the airport stakeholders, that it aligns with community growth objectives and supports long-term economic and aviation development. This is where we created the bylaws, where we were looking for specific people that come to the table to create a well-rounded working group. So we were looking for people that do have an aviation background, people that are involved in economic development or construction-related activities. So what we have in front of you is consideration of the creation and approval of the bylaws. The intent would be that they come on board early, that they familiarize themselves with the county and with the airport strategic plan, and that they work with a consultant to create the update to the master plan. We anticipate that they would probably meet quarterly throughout that process, and that this working group would end up sunsetting upon the adoption of a new updated airport master plan. So basically, by forming this working group, it just reinforces our commitment to strategic, well-informed planning that maximizes the airport's role as an economic asset, while also maintaining safety, environmental sustainability, and community engagement. So that's really what this is about.
And just to reiterate for the viewing public, we're looking at these different groups. 5 members should be appointed with expertise in any of the following. That's aviation, such as pilots, airport users, industry professionals. Business and economic development is one. Also urban or regional planning. Also infrastructure and growth management experience or commercial real estate experience. Now we will set this up, and next step would be advertising. And then once we get, I guess, to talk a little bit about the names, we will probably have more than 5, so we will have to have a process where we typically put our 5 names down and vote through that process like we typically do.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know I've already been contacted by a couple people that are ready to go, that are very excited about this opportunity, so with aviation experience, so. All right. If there's no other questions, we'll open this one up for public comment. Go right ahead.
Okay, great. Is there any way that we could have a flexibility clause that if there was a applicant, without having to redo this whole process, or if there were a couple of applicants, can we keep it to an odd number and not necessarily 5? What if we end up with a substantial interest in this and we limit ourselves to 5? What if we rule somebody out that should be, could we say up to 7, or could we have some flexibility? I, again, have been contacted by some people that are interested in getting involved in this. My second question is also under Section 3, under Working Group, what it will include. I've been reading the rules and regulations of the airport that were written in 2008. One answer that I got, that I received as a question to Touch and Goes was basically that these rules and regulations need to be addressed and need to be updated. Is there any way we could consolidate and put an update to the airport rules and regulations, which are in desperate need of upgrading, in my opinion, into this work group? And then third, there is some talk about possibly the advisory board in the past wanting a business plan for the airport. Would there be a consensus to try to get this task force to also work on a business plan for the airport, which is just good business practice when you're doing the master plan so that everything ties together? So those are my questions about this working group. Thank you for getting it done quickly. And I think it reflects everything we discussed at our workshop.
Ms. Petito.
So if I could, I didn't write them down, but I'm going to try to hit them all by memory. So it would be the pleasure of the board. We would just ask for it to be an odd number, as you stated. So if the board wanted 7, we could open it up to 7. This was simply a
Exact number, but giving us the flexibility to be up to.
we would just require it to be an odd number. So I would say from 5, I would go up to 7. But I think that it would be whatever the pleasure of the board is. With regard to the business plan, we've already talked internally. Part of this look at the master plan will include the element of a business plan as part of that. Certainly, if there's other things that we can have them look at while they're convening, now's the time that we're updating the master plan, that we would want them to kind of look at that and, you know, offer some suggestions for consideration. So I don't know if I missed anything else.
Policies and procedures from 2008.
We can look at all of that. We can,
Rules and regulations, I'm so sorry, rules and regulations.
we can pull it together and certainly have them take a look at it. I don't know what's changed, if there's things that need to be updated in there, but part of that, when they come on board, they're going to be given really a look at everything. So the strategic plan, anything related to the airport, they're going to look at as part of that master plan creation, as well as the business side, the business plan. That's why I think it's important that you have people that do have a background in aviation as well as economic development or business-minded people, so.
I'm not opposed to going up to 7, but 5, most boards are 5 for a reason. It's keeps everything concise. The bigger you get, the harder it is to keep everything in rein. You know, we do find county councils or commissions that are 7. It's usually larger. Yeah, well, let's not go to Jacksonville. But that's at the pleasure. We can say up to 7. and leave it as a variable if you want. That's fine. Is there a consensus on that?
As long as we say not 6.
Not yet. An odd number up to
Number.
7.
Always an odd number
Okay.
for fairness.
Okay. That sounds like that was consensus to add that. Okay. Any other questions? And I'll open it up for public comment. All right, anybody who wishes to address the commission on this item, please come move forward and queue up so we've still got a lot to get to today.
All right, I'm still Chantal Pröninger. And I find it interesting that you finish with the airport master plan because it should have started with that as where is your vision for the airport? And all the other things have been approved, like the terminal. We're going to have a terminal building while the residents don't obviously want more traffic. If you have a terminal building, that means there's more traffic coming, there's more activity.
I will tell you, we have an existing plan. This isn't a new one. So we
It's
have.
not a new one,
This is an
okay.
update for the plan we have.
Okay. Have the people been kept in, how do I express that in English? Did people know it before it all started? I mean, those who've been there for 20 years or something probably have been here for 3 years, so I'm still in shock. You say you best manage the people's money. I understand that. But what I heard today is like, first of all, you're selling the eggs before they even hatched. And I went to the meeting the other day at the City Hall, and they were talking about a runway, expanding a runway. I mean, residents don't want an expansion of a runway, having more powerful possible planes taking off over there and the more traffic and all that. You might be all on the same page, but I'm not sure you're on the page of the residents. And I think you're more on the page of the stakeholders, and that really bothers me. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a little tiring. First of all, we did have commercial airline pilot training at the airport until they went away. We need a mandate immediately. I'm going on this. The current master plan takes us through to 2033. It's a very well-written master plan. I sent excerpts. I read 103 pages out of 263 pages of this plan. I don't think this plan was written by a nationwide respected company, unlike Sauer, still in business, CNS Engineering. They did our original master plan. The working group should have to confer with them. We need their approval. We paid them, I don't know how much money to come up with this plan. They also told us that they wanted things in the future that we don't have. Dave Sullivan said, and again, it's third-party hearsay, that the tower should be open to 10 o'clock at night, because I read in the master plan, unfortunately, that our airport allows instrument-only landings. So especially if you're going to have helicopters and everybody else, you should, and Dave Sullivan was adamant about this, he's a former Navy pilot, that the FAA should cover the tower till at least 10 o'clock at night instead of 8 o'clock at night. The master plan for the airport, again, goes through 2033 and shows a decrease in flight schools and an increase, what I brought out at the workshop. We need corporations who are going to bring in good jets. And we have two types of hangars. We have the T hangar, which is a minimal hangar, and then we have the clear span hangar, which have the offices, et cetera. That's why I changed my mind. And I am not against a new hangar. But to have a committee, first of all, I want my husband to apply to be on this committee 44 years in the airline industry. I think he's qualified. And whoever recommends any changes should have to deal with the company who did our original master plan of 263 pages, and not just have some appointed people making final decisions. I wanted to say something else, and the advisory board, is that going to be brought back in? Nobody's addressed that. Jerry Cameron, when he turned the position over to Heidi Petito instead of Jorge Jelinas, made her swear that she was going to reinstate the advisory board. But on this thing, do not have any county people update the master plan without the original engineering firm approving it. I don't know how many hundreds of thousands we spent on them, but they did a good job, 263 pages.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Again, Darlene Shelley. And I apologize for not knowing all these different commissions and committees and councils. There seem to be an awful lot. My question is, the one we're talking about here, Airport Master Plan Update Working Group and the working group bylaws. I'm wondering what these working board bylaws consist of. Don't recall seeing them
It's in the agenda packet.
in the agenda packet,
That's what we're approving is the bylaws.
of which there's been no public discussion.
Right now.
So did we discuss the bylaws that they're going to be in charge of, or am I maybe I'm misunderstanding it? Establishing the Airport Master Plan Update Working Group, okay, and the working group bylaws. So the bylaws would be for that group, not
The
necessarily for the
bylaws
airport.
create the group and establish the rules, correct?
Gotcha. Okay, so it doesn't really have anything to do with the airport rules and regulations from 2008, which, as Kim Carney suggested, I mean, that's what we should be seeing on this agenda, is an update to the airport rules and regulations. Because if we could get substantial protections for the residents, then, you know, everything else would not be so much of an issue. The question is, how are these folks going to be appointed? Is it going to be, they're going to apply and the board is going to select, you know, hopefully the best qualified, or perhaps, you know, maybe they're going to select the folks that have a vested interest, or maybe a developer, or people who are going to be yes men and women to the overall agenda of the airport. As has seemed to be the case from the get-go, where, you know, folks in the PLDRB, you know, you check the connections to the developers and the real estate people, and all, you know, they all come back to the same folks. And, you know, that's a separate issue, but we are looking into that as well. I just hope it's not more of putting people in place to protect the ultimate agenda of the airport, to grow as big as possible and to take as much of the grant money that's out there to grow and grow and grow, when in reality, you need to be following the protections for the residents and curtailing the items that are the threat and the hazard to the local residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Mr. Chair. Greg Blasset, Palm Coast. Wanted to come up here to just push back on one of the comments that was made earlier by a presenter, that you're on the wrong side of the residents. That's the whole reason I decided to take time away from my business today to come here, because I have been educated about what's happening at the airport. I understand the residents being concerned about the noise of the airport and safety and all of that. Totally understand that. However, that's not the representation of the full residents here. And that was the legitimate reason why I wanted to attend this meeting today, is because this airport is a community asset, and it's an economic development asset, and it has been trashed throughout the community over the past couple of months. And that is opposite of everything that I've ever seen in my service to this community over the last 5 years since I've moved here. So I just wanted to come and give you a different voice of people that don't even think about this stuff, that if they got educated about it, probably would say, yeah, the airport is a good thing. The attacks that are going on here are just wild. And I think this this commission is doing the right thing by having these discussions and listening to folks. But that's my message to you today, is that I would hope that you don't think that you're on the wrong side of the residents, because you have a certain group of folks speaking here and we know what their intentions are, and that's fine. That's their right to do that as American people, but it's also my right as a Flagler County resident to come here and tell you that I think the airport's doing a great job, and I don't think that's a message that you would hear from anybody else that didn't want to take half their day away from their own business to be here today. So thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you, sir. Public comment.
Ron Long, Aldo Drive. I got a couple of quick questions. I know a lot of the issues that people have to do with noise, traffic, which a lot of these are things that is controlled by the FAA. Would this be a group or a board that could make appeals to the FAA in those situations? I just feel like if there was a way we could start appealing to them to see, it could be very well they say no and there's nothing that can be done about it, but at least if an effort was made to appeal to the FFA on the noise, on the traffic, it could make people feel a lot more comfortable. Also, would the Planning and Development Board be able to use this group's experience for advisement and vice versa? And lastly, I'd probably recommend, given the number of boards and everything that we have everywhere that are filled with a lot of people in real estate and construction, I would probably limit on that board the number of people. I know I said you were able to have people that are involved in real estate and development on this group, but maybe keep it to a smaller group and focus on the aviation aspect of this particular group. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else for public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any final comments or questions for staff? Commissioner Carney, you good?
Mrs. Petito, will the quarterly meetings be open to the public?
I would assume so.
Okay.
They have to be. They're a recommending
That was a
body
redundant
to
question,
the-
I'm sorry.
yeah.
So these meetings will be noticed and they will be open to the public, correct?
Yes, and
Okay.
I would assume that we would have somebody there actually take minutes.
Okay, perfect. And it's my understanding that the master plan will set direction for future capital expenditures, I don't know how much it gets into operations. I, just like Ms. Yude, also read the 235 pages this weekend. And I do believe it's a good document. And I believe CNS is under contract to help us with the next master plan. Is that correct?
No, I'm seeing a shake of a head in the back.
So why aren't we using a consultant on this master plan? We
used when CNS, they were our consultant at the time when we created that one. I think that our consultants may have changed. We typically go out and bid those
I'm
services.
sorry. It's part of a package? It's part of a
Seeger.
package deal?
Correct. Good afternoon now.
It is.
Almost, yeah.
Good afternoon now. Roy Seeger, Airport Director. So right now, CNS Company is not a consultant in the airport. So every 5 years, we have to go back out for aviation consultants.
Okay.
So now we've just recently hired Hoyle Tanner Associates and also Avcon. I will tell you.
Hoyle?
Hoyle Tanner.
H-O-Y-L-E?
H-O-Y-L-E. Okay.
Thank you.
Hoyle Tanner and Associates, and also Avcon. We will be using Avcon for that company to do the airport master plan, but they will be contracting with the people that we did the airport master plan with.
Okay.
So they will be an intricate part of the airport master plan who originally did it back then.
Okay. And could you just stay up for one more question? I'm sorry. Thank you. So when we were talking about the ordinance a while back, I think it was in January, I posed the question as to which runway or can the runways be expanded? And I believe your answer was only one runway can be expanded by 1,000 feet.
Correct.
Am I correct or am I delusional that the airport is landlocked?
No, we are landlocked.
Okay.
So that is the longest we can go.
Okay.
Now, there is an airport master plan to do a secondary runway. You probably saw that. And also, I just want to tell one more quick thing about airport master plans. So the airport master plan is basically what you want to be when you grow up, right? So it's a snapshot for the next 20 years of what you wanted to do. And in that airport master plan, even if you don't intend to ever do it, you got to put it in there, because if you don't put it in there, it will not ever be funded. And then part of that airport master plan, you have at the end of it, after all the planning and development is all considered, it comes at the last part is basically a CIP plan. So what do you think is, your 5, your 10, your 20 years? And I will tell you, so this one's been done in 2015, and we basically did everything in that airport master plan except for the parallel runway. So this really next will be looking at really, how can we bring other roads in? Because there's property in the middle that we can't get to because it's landlocked by wetlands. So there's a bunch of other things that we'll be really diving down into to actually looking at, more development areas on the airport.
So do runways equal more traffic, or do runways just mean more different approaches into the airport?
So basically because of the extra runway we talked about, is that what you're talking about? So the FAA, what they do, they look at your airport and they say, what is the capacity of your airport? Are you at capacity? And we're at capacity. So that's why they made us actually, during our airport master plan, stop it and do a project definition study, which says, okay, if you're going to build a secondary runway, where would you build it? So we actually did a whole separate study of what the best place to put it would be, and the best place to put it would be where you see it in the airport master plan. You may have seen in the back of the airport master plan, you see that project definition study.
Okay. Oh, and can you address Mr. Long's question about, I'm sorry, his question was, petitioning to the FAA. Is there any process, or is there anything that, in it, again, because it doesn't relate to capital, I don't see how it would fit in the master plan, but would it or could it?
No, you are correct, it does not. Again, what we will be putting in the airport master plan, we're going to be really taking a good hard look, deep dive into those noise contour lines, right? So we're going to be looking at that. And now if those noise contour lines go off of airport property, that's when we can go back to the FAA and say, okay, our noise contour lines go off airport property. We now want to officially request a Part 150 study, which we have done in the past, and they've denied it because they say our noise contours don't go off airport property.
I mean, anybody can petition the FFA. Is there, right? There's nobody stopping from reaching out or sending letters or.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Right, and they want you to
It would
reach
just
out.
hold more weight if it came from a government or working group of a government, as opposed to just a single
citizen.
resident.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Right. Thank you. Okay, any final questions? All right, at this time, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. At this time, we are going to need a motion on establishing the airport master plan and the bylaws.
I'll move to approve the airport master plan update working group with working group bylaws.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Commissioner Carney, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify, Commissioner Hanson, do you have a question?
Yeah, I think we need to put in up to 7 in the motion.
Okay.
The current thing says 5.
Okay, very good, good catch.
I'll amend my motion.
And I'll second the amendment.
All right, we have an amendment on the motion, and the second is amended. So thank you for catching that. We will proceed with the motion. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. All right, we have finished our consent items. We're going to take a short 5-minute break, and then we will be back to handle the business items. All right, thank you for the brief break. We have concluded. Go ahead and bring our commission meeting back to order after our brief break. We're going to start back with general business items. This first item is 8A, consideration of Parks and Recreation Advisory Board appointments.
Good afternoon.
You're not Frank Barbuti.
I'm not Frank Barbuti. Much bigger. Mike Dixon, General Services Director. We are here to consider the applications from 5 different individuals for Parks Advisory Board. It's Mike DeRoches, Gary Johnson, Peter Johnson, Lawrence Poulos, and Worth Strecker. You have your ballots in front of you. Please select 2 of them to serve on the advisory board beginning today and for a 2-year term until March 3rd, 2027.
Okay. All right. At this time, if any of these individuals are here and would like to approach the commission and tell us a little bit about yourself and your reasons why you want to do this and some of your background, come on up and introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. That's right. I've been here with you all morning, though. So, yeah, my name is Mike DeRoche. I've been in Palm Coast now since 1987. Very much committed to it, seen the growth of it. I was here when there was only a couple of parks when I moved here. I'm also a chaplain with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, have been since 2007. I've also been a pastor in the community and still are since 2001. I've also attended many of the Parks and Recreation Board meetings over the last 2 years to become familiarized with the process because of my interest in that. I've also been on many of the field trips that we've taken over the last couple of years. Again, because of my interest in parks and recreations. I've learned a great deal about the board and about how, the process of it. I would love to be able to share my ideas and give feedback and help build leadership skills within the board and to help others as well. I'd love to be part of achieving the goals in order to assist our community with its goals with the parks and recreations. I would love to be able to provide input in making recommendations to guide determining, implementing, and gaining financial support for recreations, parks, and services. So that's why I'm here.
Very good.
So I hope you give me consideration. I'd appreciate that.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
For hanging out with us all morning.
Well, it's a learning experience.
Welcome, sir. Good afternoon. Very good.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Peter Johnson. I am an advocate for conservation, outdoor recreation, and responsible land management. I believe our parks and green spaces are some of our community's greatest assets, and we should do everything we can to protect them, which is why I would like to be involved in the board. I've lived in Palm Coast for the majority of my life. I have 2 stepchildren here and live with my beautiful girlfriend, Crystal. We're always using our parks. You can catch us there on every weekend. I'm extremely familiar and acquainted with all of them. In addition to that, I've also traveled to nearly every state in the country. I've been to countless national parks, state parks, different recreation systems, and I've seen firsthand what a well-planned park system can do for the community, how they bring people together, support local economies, and preserve the natural beauty that makes our region unique. Here in Flagler County, I've worked on projects that improve our public spaces, prioritize conservation, and expand access to outdoor recreation. As a former mayoral candidate, I advocated for policies that protect our land and ensure that development and conservation can coexist. I bring a hands-on approach and solution-driven to orientation to community planning, and I believe that the Parks and Rec Advisory Board plays a crucial role in shaping the future of Flagler County's outdoor space. If given the opportunity to serve, I will work to enhance access to our parks for all residents, advocate for responsible land stewardship, and support initiatives that promote both recreation and conservation. Our parks are not just green spaces, they are community gathering places, economic drivers, and environmental safeguards for future generations. I would be honored to contribute my experience and passion to this board. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you again for weathering this morning in order to get to this point. I appreciate it. All right, we've heard from 2. Is there anybody else that's on here? All right, so at this point, we'll open it up for public comment. Is there anybody that wishes to speak on public comment?
Just as a public comment, I don't know any of
You have to state your name
I'm sorry.
each time.
Ron Long, Auto Drive. I don't know many of them. I do know Pete Johnson. I do know he's passionate about the community. I know he is involved, and I know that it's something that he does care about.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Charles Cowart. Yeah, those two men sound well credentialed. Pastor Mike attends the meetings with me, and he has been, and we actually, go on the tours and whatnot, and, everything that we've basically determined on the board, he has been there to try to, add to, of course, as only the public comment, but anyhow, yeah, that sounds really good so far, but I just wanted to say that, yeah, he's been, committed to it with me since I've been on the board the whole time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Did you have any further questions for Mr. Dixon?
I was wondering if there's any of the applicants are already serving, and with the backup for the meeting, it's hard to tell.
Gary Johnson is reapplying, right? Right, so there
that
is
is correct.
one. Of
You
the
have
two,
one that's
one is
reapplying.
reapplying.
Okay, all right, so it has a time that he was appointed in 19.
And I will
is
say,
serving.
if you didn't notice, there are two others that will be coming to us in April. So renewals for Mr. Cowart, who was here, and Mr. Knapp, if they choose to reapply, those will be coming back to us. So there's potential for anybody who doesn't get it to reapply in April.
So Gary Johnson
But Gary Johnson
is not here, but he's
right.
up for renewal.
Right.
Okay.
And he's not related to the other Johnson.
No relation.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at this point, mark your two and hand them to Mike. And our names are already on these. We can hear who they're now serving.
Okay. All right, so we have one clear winner and one tie. So do you want to revote?
Okay, we need to revote. Who's taken off the list?
Ducks in a row here again. So off the list is Lawrence, Pullis, Worth, Strecker, and that's it.
Well, who's
Peter
the unanimous? Who's the unanimous?
Peter Johnson.
Okay, Peter. Congratulations, Peter. So we are divided on the next applicant. Odds are it's gonna be the same without, right. I would think if we should give it one more chance if anybody thinks they want to change their vote. But if it becomes a tie again, we'll need to wait until we have a fifth member. Okay, so if you want to revote or if you want to postpone to the next meeting when we have 5. Right.
Well,
Yeah.
Who are the two we're voting on?
Gary and Mike.
Gary Johnson and Mike Rivers.
Okay, so let's do that.
I could be a tiebreaker.
Let's do one more voting. And we should keep it to the two that received that, okay.
Those two. All right, we have 3 for Mike and 1 for Gary.
All right, so we do have our second applicant. Thank you. Congratulations, Mike. All right, I just noticed we're getting close to our 1 o'clock time for the workshop, so yeah, hopefully you didn't plan on going out to eat. Let's see, we will move on to item 8. And again, congratulations to both of you. Appreciate you, both of you
Thank you
earned
for,
it by sitting
thank you
through
for
with us all day.
volunteering. Thank you for volunteering. We're expecting big things.
All right, so 8B is adoption of a resolution to vacate a portion of the plat of Fleetwood Terrace Unit Number 1 subdivision. Mr. Mangle.
Adam Mangle, Growth Management Director. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So this is the area that's generally depicted in this graphic within the red boundary. This is superimposed over the aerial and then also over the plat. You saw my narrative where I talk about it's shifted over a bit because we don't have as much of the unmanned street over there to the side, so that there's a little bit of inaccuracy in this. But generally speaking, this is the roadways, the blocks and lots that are intended to be vacated through this request. This is the actual copy of the plat, and that plat, again, it's a portion of Fleetwood Terrace, Unit Number 1. All of this is within the parcel number you have at the top, wholly owned by WL Residential Land. Again, the vacation request is to vacate all the lots, blocks, streets, and alleys within the part of Fleetwood Terrace Unit Number 1, which is within this larger legal description. You had a very large legal description as part of this resolution, and then all you're vacating out of that is this part of Fleetwood Terrace that falls within that legal description. Was part of Syracuse Avenue that's not part of this request, that was previously vacated. Noted that in the graphic that I showed you, that first one where it showed it in blue, that had already been done. All utility providers have already signed off, AT&T, FPL, and Spectrum. And then taxes are paid in full, and then this vacation would not deprive any other owner of any access. This is basically a paper plat that's sat out there for years since its adoption. WL Residential Land owns all of this area, and its plat vacation now is becoming needed because of Water Management District permitting. So remember, we've got the paper streets there, and if nothing else, the paper streets could be in some way, in some future time, be relied on for access. Again, not by any party here because there's no reason for them.
So is that implying there's plans for this coming?
Well, I think at least for conservation easement, Mr. Smith's here, you can certainly ask him about some of that, but I think it's probably safe to say most of this is going to be put under conservation easement. And then also you had some, if you look closely at one of the graphics, I think it talked about wells and that kind of thing. So you're going to have, I'd say safely, a mix of consumptive use permitting that's underway, and then also some of that area is going to be going under conservation easement as development occurs.
Yeah, that was my question, is why are we doing this? I mean, what's the
Water Management
what's
District.
The end goal?
It's got to make the district happy with their requirements, and so that's the reason why this is coming in now. And so you have those 3 options that we have. Approve the request to vacate the portion of Fleetwood Terrace Unit 1 that's within the boundaries that are included as part of the legal description attached to the resolution. Or you could deny this request, give us some reason for that denial, or continue this to a time and date certain. We'll come back then and resolve your questions. With that, I'll close, wait any questions or comments. Again, Mr. Smith is present on behalf of the owner applicant if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Mangle? Time for the applicant to come up. Thank you for being here.
Certainly, Dick Smith, ICI Homes, 2379 Bevel Road, Daytona Beach. Yeah, the reason for this is this has already been approved by the Water Management District to be received in conservation easement by them, and this is a condition of the approvals to vacate this plat.
All right, very good, thank you. Questions, anybody?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve 8B.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson,
I'll second.
seconded by Commissioner Carney. We'll open us for public comment. Anybody wish to address the commission on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. If there's no other questions or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Sorry you had to wait all morning for that, but. All right, 8C, consideration of purchase and sale agreement for conservation lands in the amount of $3 million for a portion of the Pringle Forest. Mr. Mangle.
Adam Mangle, Growth Management Director, and if you remember this, this was a 2023 legislative appropriation made to Flagler County. $3 million was our amount, and then this was identified for our purchase of one or more of these 5 parcels that you see outlined in red on this graphic. So this map gets a little busy, but if you just pay attention to the red ones, that's the areas that we were specifically looking at for our purchase. I viewed this as kind of a testing phase for us in 2023 that I think we had to prove ourselves. If you remember, at the time in 2023, Representative Renner was not yet in his position as Speaker. Senator Hudson also wasn't in his leadership role in the last year. And so this was the year before, if you remember. And so that then we got the $10 million appropriation in the next year of the session, then that had effectively less strings attached to it. This one had the 5 properties. We were trying to work on some type of land use deal with this. We're under a time constraint with this. We have to acknowledge that from the onset because of this being from that 2023 legislative appropriation. They had an expectation we would have spent it within last state fiscal year, which would have had us then. We're several months behind now. And then they gave us until the end of the calendar year last year. And then now they've extended us again. We had till the 1st of March. Now we're at March 17th to complete a closing. We went to Radiant, and as the landowner in Pringle State Forest, or Pringle Forest, after several other attempts with other landowners, the other 4 landowners failed for us with an acquisition. And this is the area that we've been able to work with them on. It's the area outlined in green with the green shading. And this is at that top area of Pringle Forest and what you had seen on the graphic before. So the areas in blue are owned by Radiant, would be retained by Radiant. The yellow line is the county line. So you can see there, if we sum those up, that west portion, west of the railroad tracks, is 33.7 acres, more or less. And that's that portion of that parcel. And then you've got these other 2 are made up of several parcels, all of 2 in that 137.7, and then 136.9 on the west end is kind of that top portion. Total acreage 307. So again, this is what that looks like with those parcels put together. And then also for record purposes, along the north boundary of these parcels, we're adjoining Water Management District. So we're adding to our conservation holdings overall. So this graphic I took out of the DRI documents. One of the things that's problematic with this, one of the things we note in the staff report is this is, at least that westernmost 136 acres is part of the Old Brick Township DRI. And in that DRI document, this is, I believe, taken from their map H, their master plan map, showed that this area would be set aside and developed as creekside settlements, neighborhood retail, residential, community support, preserved wetlands. Those dark areas being the preserved wetlands within that particular development pod. And really what I wanted to show you with this more than anything else is that there was discussion in the DRI of that northern optional route. Well, that northern optional route that you see crossing the railroad tracks, not quite aligning with Old Kings Road, is actually the same alignment, at least crossing the railroad tracks, as Ranch House grade. And what the DRI said was, if this crossing at the south, I'm paraphrasing close, Matanzas Woods Parkway extension, that flyover, if none of that happened in time, then the developer, Radiant, would be able to potentially come back and develop the northern optional route. Well, now where we are, we've got the legislative appropriation for the flyover. That northern optional route is not something that any of us believe will ever happen, particularly because in order for it to happen, we have to have the FEC railroad crossing. And as they're telling us now, it's not happening. As they're telling us now, we'd have to close 2 to get 1 flyover, is what we're being told. So we acknowledge that Ranch House grade is there. It's on both sides. We showed this here. This was when Water Management did their purchases to the north. You can see the white part that's below, off to the left, to the west, is part of what we're purchasing through this. And so that they called it the Pellicer Creek Conservation Area. And so that hatched pattern, that was part of Water Management's purchase before. And then I wanted to include this in your packet because this gives you an idea that we all knew Ranch House grade was part of this request. And so it's always been something historic that's been part of this. This is a very detailed, another historical document, but yet another, this particular exhibit and the next one were both taken from deeds that were conveying properties to Water Management. And as you can see here, if nothing else, between US 1 to your right, and then FEC Railroad right-of-way to the left, you see Ranch House grade basically in the center. It's being described as an 80-foot easement for utilities ingress and egress in this particular graphic. This one was important because Water Management at the time was purchasing the hatched area that you see there, Hewlett's Branch. If you look just south of where that hatched area terminates, gives you some orientation, that's basically where Hewlett's Mill is located. And so that, and that right in the center, that's where the probably the most historic site that we have in this area is located. And then there's, this would show that extension. I wanted to include this in the packet mainly to show that in that area to the left in your screen, kind of in the center where it says 18, that's referring to a section number. That's part of that 136-acre purchase that we're making here, abutting up then to Water Management District parcels to the north. And the important consideration here is Ranch House grade that's shown, that continues down to that intersection line between Section 17 and Section 20. So part of that Ranch House grade would be within this request. That's part of what that would serve as access. Those easements that were granted previously to Water Management District, we've asked that those be conveyed to us as well.
This abuts the Agriculture Legacy Learning Center?
It does not. It does abut.
Where the sawmill is?
Yes, yeah, they own that parcel now, and they also own the Gopher Tortoise site that on this graphic is just south of Ranch House grade, east of the railroad tracks. And so I didn't have the parcel map here. I don't know if it shows, I don't think I can, maybe it does show here. So if you look south of the 33.7, that cutout that you can see where the development's happening along US 1.
Right.
And then following over from there, the blue and green, the 33.7, that first parcel is Hewlett's Mill. That next parcel is a Gopher Tortoise recipient site. Both of those are owned by the Legacy Learning Center. And so that ownership then will abut that. And then this just yet another graphic that showed in greater detail as the surveys matured. This showed that 80-foot alignment of Ranch House grade. Again, no crossing at FEC Railroad right-of-way. One of the things we've talked about here with this is originally Radiant had come back, and I mentioned it here, that they had talked about having 120 feet that would be reserved for a future roadway. And we came back, 120 didn't work. It seemed to be allowing too much. And we had said as recent as Friday, proposed to them, could they come back, give us mainly what Water Management would have with 80 feet. There would still be a provision in the purchase and sale agreement that they could potentially pave that in the future. What we would do on that east portion of Ranch House grade is we would exclude that from our purchase.
So one of the things to mention to you, to the board, is that our 33-acre purchase we were intending will drop somewhere around probably 4 acres, because we're going to reserve out, have them reserve out to themselves the underlying fee interest underneath that 80-foot ranch house grade portion. We're going to have them keep that on the west side of the railroad tracks. We're okay with that being as an underlying, we'll own the underlying fee interest and then have the easement over it. It's just a concern about the usage that's going to happen on that east side. We think that's going to have more usage, certainly because of the lack of the FEC crossing. With this, I just try to give you a little bit of the history. Existing easements are there. Our intended development when we first started out talking to Radiant about this was for a trailhead and for a campground that we would have in that 33 acres. And then we came back to them and said, could we purchase more from you? And that's when they came back with the additional lands that we saw there to the west side of the railroad tracks. That initial draft of the purchase and sale agreement proposed a special warranty deed, and it's a little unusual for us. Usually the context we see, or we prefer, is that everything be conveyed to us with a warranty deed, not with strings attached. And so a special warranty deed, by implication, has exclusions. And so those exclusions were several with this. We really didn't know the exact reach of those. And I'd say on the part of Radiant, in much the same as they had received title when they purchased their property, they were conveying that same interest to us. And so part of the, I think what was happening was Radiant had gotten the lands for special warranty deed with those same encumbrances. They were trying to at least convey the same to us without benefit of really doing any title work. And certainly, I think in their world, for timber purposes, that worked just fine for them. But then certainly when government's involved, when we're purchasing properties with state funds, we want to have a higher level. That title search did come back very late for us, and we did go through and at least be able to, in my opinion, significantly reduce those encumbrances that were out there of record. And that one example I had, mineral or subsurface rights, that deed that they had provided to us, a draft special warranty deed, had in there that it had excluded mineral rights that exist. And we were confident that they didn't exist. The title work came back and said they do not. Radiant did think that, seek that 120-foot future easement, got the 80-foot that they've agreed to. Let's see. It is part of the DRI. Some CDD implications there as well. Some future ability for the city, in agreement with Radiant, to be able to use some exploratory activities for well sites. So some of those things are still going to exist out there in this deal if we ultimately go through with it. And we would attempt at some later point to pull ourselves out of the DRI and the CDD if that's at least possible. Good news about the CDD, it couldn't be formed without our consent. And so then if we buy into this, buy into part of the DRI, the future CDD boundaries, if it's proposed that the CDD will extend up into our parcel ownership, we'd have to at least be informed of the formation of the CDD as a landowner affected by the CDD. Approval of the purchase and sale agreement by the board will lead to the closing on or before March 17th, and it would satisfy our state requirements for the expenditure of the funds. So with that, we did give you a recommendation to approve the purchase and sale agreement, the draft special warranty deed, and allow for the purchase up to $3 million from Radiant, with the correction of any document changes, any issues that are there within those to be done by the county attorney's office, and then have the board's chair's signature in order to complete the transaction. With that, I'll close, await any questions or comments. You should have received also, I think late last week, the latest amendments that we had to both the PSA and also to the draft special warranty deed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Questions? Now, there were, within the old DRI portions, developed areas within there, right?
There were and they're all...
Or really close.
We're still on the east side of the railroad tracks right now. And so without that flyover happening, we haven't gotten any further there. But there's...
I'm
it's to
thinking
come.
west of the part that's west of the tracks.
The only thing that's west of the tracks right now is the Palm Coast well field.
Okay. And are they, the parts you talked about, the well, is there is there potential, would that eliminate any wells from these parcels then?
None that have presently been explored. I think the exploratory document would potentially have them having the ability to come up and into the purchase area that we're finalizing and be able to, very limited exploratory ability for them to be able to potentially site new wells there. You know, I think I'm stating that correctly for the record, that it's very generalized at this point about their ability to go and site new wells, but so far it was a recorded agreement between Radiant and the city of Palm Coast to let that happen within this area.
Right. But they would have to come back to us if they found
They
positive.
would.
Yeah.
They would. And in fact, we had, for record purposes, the well sites are in unincorporated Flagler County. They went through a previous public use approval, I believe is what we took it through. And so they had actually come to the Board of County Commissioners to approve the well field. And so a similar situation would exist if we retain land use authority like we have right now. That area in between the two sections has not been annexed into the city. It's still within unincorporated Flagler County.
And state will be able to review all the documents before the 17th?
Yes, sir. We believe so.
Okay. All right. No more questions.
All right, thank you.
I'll open this up for public comment. Is there anybody that wishes to address the commission on this topic? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back. At this point, if there's a motion on the purchase and sale agreement for conservation lands in the amount of $3 million for a portion of Pringle Forest.
I'll make a motion that we enter into a purchase and sale agreement for conservation land in the amount of, for Pringle Forest.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Carney, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. If there's no other comments or questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. You have work to do. Thank you. Thank you to the legislature for the funding. I think it's important to continue to buffer Pellisier Creek. And I saw Dave's Creek. I don't know who's Dave. Do we know who that Dave is? Okay. Al probably knows. All right, we'll move on to 8D. This is consideration of an update to the Flagler County Board of County Commissioners Rules and Procedures.
Yes, Chair Dance. As you may recall, back in the fall, we had a workshop discussion on changes the board would like to see with these, with your own rules of procedure. And so this item is to make those suggestions official and to put them into the rules. Some of it was just clarifying language and not of huge significance, but I guess the more important ones were increasing the time for speakers who represent groups. Right now, as it sits today, you have a rule that a person who represents a group during a public hearing can get additional time from the normal 3 minutes up to 5. The rule change that you asked us to make is to increase that actually up to 10 minutes. So during public hearings, when you have an individual who's speaking on behalf of a group, they would have up to 10 minutes to give you their comments. Also, during the regular community outreach periods, when you have a speaker who represents a group, they could have time increased from 3 up to 5 minutes. The other change that I consider more than just clarifying the language is when you appoint members to a board like we did with Mike Dixon a few minutes ago, that the ballots would be read into the record. You asked us to make that part of the rules, and that's what this item would do if you vote on it. And that's all I had by way of presentation. As I said, most of the other changes were just sort of clarifying language and not of huge import.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Moylan?
What was the time that was discussed? Is that prior to us being on the board?
I think it was one of your first workshops. Am I remembering correctly? I think it may have been in November.
Okay. I sort of remember something, but I don't remember if it's that.
We went through the video, our office, and took note of the requests that were made, and that's
comments
what
that
we
were
based
made.
it off of.
Okay, thank you.
What does read into the record mean, where Mr. Dixon would have read each commissioner's
Yes,
vote?
he would say, so Chair Dance selected so-and-so, and
One question on the changes to public comment. How do we at least acknowledge the group? So without it being abused, especially for the open comment section, not necessarily the public hearing, because I think those are more formal, but just general comments. Would we need to prepare like a form or something that, right, somebody could come up and say they represent their homeowners association, but how do we verify that without some prior vetting?
Yeah, I thought about that a lot, and I thought maybe just the actions of the chair. He says, "I represent X," and you say, "Are there any members of X here in the audience?" And does this man represent you?
Right,
That's-
so would that be members that are present instead of an absent membership?
Yeah, that's harder if it's absent, but at least if they're here, you could ask.
I think and we can clarify however you want, or these are your rules, but I think the intent is for it to be people who are actually here in the audience, so that you're not getting one group taking up, 30 minutes of your time.
Okay, that makes sense. So then, do we have a number? What is a group? What's the definition of a group?
It is not.
Two or more.
It's in the judgment of the chair.
Okay. And that's fine. I don't think it's going to be abused, but it's just one of those things where, we'll see how it goes. I think
Do we
it's
have to
I
clarify
think it's
that
good.
before we agree on this? I'm
Pardon
sorry,
me?
do we have to clarify on that? On the definition of the determination of the qualifying of the group leader?
I think
per se?
the explanation was that it's to the chair discretion. So if you want to leave that and see if it becomes problematic, this is a document can be opened anytime.
Okay.
It's
It's morphable.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
morphable.
All right,
What do they
that's
say?
good
It's a
enough.
living document?
Living document. I just want to make sure that we're not tying ourselves up
Right.
for another 25-hour meeting. Okay, thanks.
Right. And I would add, too, that under the existing rules, the chair always has discretion to grant additional time to any speaker, even if they're not representing a group. And historically, the chair has sort of looked to the fellow members for consensus when that happens.
I think some people abuse that sometimes, but we're the kind-heartedness of the chair, but that's okay. All right, good. If there's no other questions, I'll open this up for to public comment. Anybody from the public wants to address this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back. We'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We'll move down to administrator. Well, I'm just trying to get us done before 1
I'm
o'clock.
going to go ahead and go back to 8D, and I'll make a recommendation that we approve the county commissioner's rules and procedure.
Second.
All right, so officially, we have a motion by Commissioner Carney, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. I'll call the question. All those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, sir. It's okay next time to throw something at me, a water bottle or something. All right, county administrator report.
Just a couple things. I wanted to just briefly talk about the beach management outreach that we've done. We'll probably talk about it again during the workshop, but over the past 2 weeks, we've already presented to the town of Marineland. We also went to City of Bunnell, City of Palm Coast, and City of Flagler Beach. In a little bit, I think we're number 2 on your next agenda. We'll provide you with that same presentation and get some feedback from the board. Tonight, we're also going to be presenting at Beverly Beach. I think overall, though, the feedback On the beach management presentation to the towns and to the cities has been overwhelmingly positive, I believe, with a lot of strong engagement and receptiveness to the plan. I believe that the local leaders recognize the importance of a sustainable beach and dune nourishment. I think that we've had some really thoughtful input, helping us refine a strategy moving forward. So I look forward to continuing those discussions with you and with Beverly Beach tonight. And then we look forward to that next joint county-city workshop, which will be March 12th, to come together and kind of talk about this item again. And then I know it was mentioned earlier, Mr. Cameron Orr had mentioned that last week when we were attending the City of Palm Coast workshop, we were there presenting on the airport overlay as well as the beach. There was a discussion, 2 presentations, one from the Humane Society, one from the Animal Refuge Flagler. Following those presentations, the City Council had asked that we establish a joint workshop to come back with you to discuss animal control efforts. I think it's with the understanding that both of our contracts with the Humane Society are going to be up for renewal at the end of September. They expire at September 20th, 2025. So I think right now we've got it tentatively scheduled for April 29th, where we'll convene as 2 boards to talk about animal control. We're going to be working with city staff to kind of come up with what that presentation looks like. So if there's anything that you want us to cover, if you can let me know, I appreciate it. And that way we can make sure that we've got that all into the presentation for that day. So that's it. Thank you. And that concludes my report.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Hadid.
Just one update. As you know, we have filed with the court on the Dixie Motel case for the judge to enter a final order, which assesses all the fines, including the $250,000, and also reserves our petitioning for attorney's fees and costs. So that is now scheduled with the judge for March 11th. However, subsequent to the time of setting that hearing, the attorney for the LLC that owns the motel property has withdrawn from the case. And the judge had granted that and granted them 30 days maximum time to obtain another attorney. I don't know what that'll do to our March 11th hearing, but obviously we'll work through that. We did not move, and I want to explain, we did not move for the court to demolish the hotel because that's not within its jurisdiction right now. And second, we could not have asked the judge to foreclose because that's in a separate proceeding. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
And Mr. Chair, I also have an update.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I need to speak to you today about the Hammock Harbor boat storage case. As you're aware, we did receive notice of a Burt Harris claim. The owner of that property got an appraisal of the property for $6.9 million and is claiming that the county has so burdened his use of the property as to render it completely worthless and is demanding $6.9 million from the county plus attorney's fees and costs. The property owner, by statute, is supposed to wait 90 days before filing a lawsuit under the Burt Harris claim, and the owner did not wait. The owner went ahead and filed the lawsuit. So we have a sort of, I would say the opposing counsel is taking a rather aggressive tact by claiming a complete taking of the property and filing before the statutory period expires. This is in the federal court in Jacksonville. There are 2 counts in the complaint. One is a regulatory taking under the United States and Florida Constitution, and then the other one is the Burt Harris claim. As part of the process under the Burt Harris Act, we have to make a written offer of settlement to that owner. Now, that offer can be what we've already told the owner, if that's the pleasure of this board. And in a nutshell, if you recall, the crux of the dispute is that the owner wants to build his indoor boat storage facility under straight zoning as a commercial recreational use of the land. commercial recreation being an allowable use in C2 zoning areas. The county, though, we have said, no, we want you to go through a special exception process because it's on a scenic corridor and it's abutting residential uses. So that the county is saying go through a special exception process, meaning go to the planning board, have a hearing, and it's possible that conditions could be imposed on the boating facility, such as, as an example, hours of operation or no noisy forklifts, things of that nature. So the crux of the dispute, again, is the owner demanding to proceed straight to building with a permit under straight zoning, as opposed to the county telling him he has to go through the special exception process before he begins building. And so I turn to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. A very lengthy procedural history to this one, but I do need some direction in terms of what I should offer the owner in terms of a settlement. Again, we could say, well, the offer is to proceed as a special exception. Or if you'd like to make any other sort of gesture or offer, that is also available to you. For example, normally with special exceptions, you go to the planning board. We could tell the owner, look, we won't make you go through that step. We'll handle it ourselves at the county commission level, for example. The Byrd-Harris Act does allow you to break your own rules. It even amazingly allows you to violate state law as long as a judge signs off on it, for example. So we can offer essentially anything you'd like. Another item you may consider, when this land was rezoned to commercial decades ago, the county commission at that time required the owner to record a restrictive covenant that the land only be used for boatyard and related uses. So that is a restriction that is in place at the behest of the county, and that is something else you could, for example, decide to lessen or remove. Really, anything at all is on the table. It's completely up to you, and I will take your direction.
The decision by the planning board is valid on establishing a special exception. There's no problem with them implementing the special exception as part of their requirement for site planning.
Sure. Yes, correct.
All right. And they didn't appeal that.
It was a legislative determination of the planning board, so it wasn't really something appealable. They were making that determination not just for this particular property, but any C2 property. They're saying if anybody wants to build a indoor boat storage in the county in C2 zoned areas, you have to go through a special exception process.
Okay. It wasn't appealable then, so it doesn't make any difference that they didn't appeal it.
Correct, yes.
But when they submitted a site plan, right, they did submit a site plan that was rejected because they did not go through they did not have a ruling from the planning board about the special exception.
Yes, so our view at the staff level was that they should have gone through the process of the special exception, and then there is a process for appeals. You can appeal to the county commission. You've heard some of those types of appeals recently. And then you have the courts. The owner decided not to even bother going through the process and invoking the Byrd-Harris Act.
Okay. So part of it could just be saying follow the established process. We haven't taken anything. You haven't gone through the appropriate channels yet.
Yes, exactly.
The restrictive covenant from years ago, it seems to me that still is okay because it's boating related, right? I mean, they're by proceeding with their marina and a boat storage unit, they're not in conflict with that, are they?
They are not, and they purchased the property with full knowledge that that restriction was in place.
Right.
And I think the special magistrate process made it pretty clear that they were correct me if I'm wrong, but this boat storage was permittable and allowable.
The special magistrate suggested that the property owner was correct and that we should allow the owner to proceed under straight zoning and not as a special exception.
Right, but there wasn't any problem with the proposed use, I guess
Oh,
is what I'm
correct.
asking.
That's
not-
correct, yes.
Right, right. Well, and again, oh, okay.
But we didn't accept that, right? I mean, we didn't accept that. We said, no, special exception.
Correct, yes.
So that should be our position,
Right.
I think.
Didn't adding the restaurant and parking into this throw a little wrench in the project? Or is that a different
That
area?
never really became a problem. There were some neighbors and the Hemet Community Association who were concerned that there might be parking problems that come out of that, but it's certainly not prohibited on a commercial piece of land. Typically, I wouldn't say typically, but many marinas do have restaurants associated with them.
So it would be a use, a
Related use.
related
Yeah,
use? Okay.
That would include acceptable use with the original purchase, right?
Right.
Oh, thank you.
And because of the commercial zoning, like in other RC zonings, restaurants have to go through the special exception, but restaurant on that site doesn't have to go through that. And typically.
Right.
uh,
So it sounds as if what you're telling me is we've made our decision and you really need to go through this special exception process.
Well, that's what we've said before.
Yes, sir.
And I don't see any reason to change it now. I mean, that puts it all out on the table, all the rules and regulations that you'll have to follow to build this. You know, we're not saying you're not going to build it. We're saying you're going to build it with the following.
Right.
I think from the beginning, the process is in place for them to follow, and at least, right, the special exception is that process that establishes compatibility, and you go through all of those. I mean, it's there because you have these typically incompatible land uses, and you want to make sure and accommodate them. I don't see the need to pull it away from the planning board. They can appeal that back to us. There's that process in place. I think we've put some safeguards in to ensure that the substantial competent evidence for each of the items is followed to lay that out. I think really a decision could be whether we bypass the planning board and they have it submitted to us directly instead. That would be, I think I would rather have 5 of us here to talk that through, but I mean, we could make a decision to bypass planning board. I don't see necessarily, I don't know if that would be a concession that would weigh with them, but
When would that planning board be meeting?
I mean, we still have to weigh the same issues, but.
Would be the same criteria. You would just be removing one process, one step in the process. Commissioner Richardson, we can't determine now when that would be. We don't even know if the property owner would accept such a proposal, but the planning board meets once a month, and we would just schedule them in the course of normal business.
Okay, thank you.
I'm fine with either way. I'm fine with either coming straight to us or going through, I mean, we'll basically have the same presentation, right? That the planning board has.
Right.
We'll have the same presentation.
Well, you would have more discretion in what those conditions might end up being. And so instead of just looking at it as an appellate judge, so to speak, looking at what the planning board did and making sure they followed the right rules, you would be handling it directly.
And then their appeal, if they were not an agreeable to us, what's their appeal?
Then they would go to the court from there.
So it would be a negotiating meeting, basically, as we go through those items.
Right, right.
If we make the proposal just to come to us, that's reaching a hand out at least. We're not saying, no, stick to the rules. We'll say, okay, we'll help you. Maybe maybe that's, we're
Compromising.
offering a olive branch at least, something, come see us. I don't know, maybe.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I think that answers their question from before where they, and shows, I guess, a little give.
A gesture.
A
yes.
gesture.
Right.
Okay.
Fair
Well,
and
I will make that
reasonable.
known to the owners and keep you apprised as the case progresses. We are at a very early stage. In
Nothing
this.
against the planning board, Mr. Long. You sure you don't want to hear that one?
We're gonna put it in, we're gonna put it in Adam's lap.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. Good discussion. Thank you. All right, real quickly, anybody on, community outreach? We'll go back out to community outreach.
I don't know how to turn this on. Somebody turn this on for me.
Okay.
Turn it on.
He's working on it back there.
Thank you. All right, I'm here on 2 issues, and I want to thank the commission for a long day. Al Hadid has given you incorrect information on the Old Dixie Hotel. He has never filed for foreclosure. He could have foreclosed on this property since August 21st, 2021, when the $250,000 bond was never paid to the county. I have looked in the docket. There is no proceeding that he filed for foreclosure. That's number one. The notice of hearing that might be extended from March 11th does not ask the court to demolish the hotel. It just asks the court to do what the court already did. The court already said that we have a contempt order against the $250,000. That was finally filed in January. The court also ordered on November 1st that if the defendant, the owner of the dump, did not provide all the documents to the county could start filing a $1,000 lien effective November 15th. That lien to the state has never been filed. We as taxpayers are losing $1,000 a day. Now they're asking the judge, can we enforce the order that you already gave us on November 1st? I have filed lawsuits pro se and won. I have worked for attorneys. The most important paragraph of any pleading is the wherefore. The wherefore in this case, Al Hadid and McKinnon, he's paid $40,000 to an outside attorney when his job is to defend the county. He's not supposed to outsource anything. He asks wherefore for the judge to decide what to do, and he lies to you and tells you he cannot demolish the hotel. He certainly can demolish the hotel because the owners signed the agreement that's in the file a day before they took title on May 13, 2021, giving the county permission to demolish the hotel if they didn't come up with the $250,000 by August 21st, 2021. Adam sends out this piece of garbage 3 years ago that the demo permit has already been pulled. 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Adam told me this hotel is going to stay here forever. In the notice of hearing, Al Hadid and his $40,000 outsource didn't even include the magistrate's most recent order. God bless Bo Snowden. He should take his job. We do have an order from the special magistrate, separate from the $40,000, that 5 months from like 3 weeks ago, the county can demolish the hotel. Why wasn't this even included in the motion to the judge? He's wasting our tax money. He's lying to you. And instead, I just have to say one more thing.
I've been very lenient with you, Ms. Yude.
What?
Hit the button.
No, you have a final comment, and then you have to go.
Thank you. My final comment is I was going to file a motion for leave to intervene. The only reason I didn't do it is because the people who own the hotel are not insolvent. They're very rich, and they would probably sue me. But I will be reporting Al Hadid and McKinnon. I will allege to the Florida bar my reasons for removing both of their legal licenses. Make Al Hadid knock that hotel down.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's illegal, and so is he.
All righty. Anybody else for public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. We'll do commission reports. Commissioner Hanson?
I spent a great afternoon last Saturday up at GTM NER listening to several doctoral theses on stuff that goes on in our county that was really interesting, and it was time well spent. Anyway, it was very interesting.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Carney?
I have no report.
Commissioner Richardson?
Since this is a long meeting, I'm going to pass.
You'll have another opportunity. Two real quick things. I wanted to thank Volusia County Commission councilman, Kent, for meeting with me last week. We met with staff to talk about Old Kings Road and Old Dixie Highway. So the takeaways from that is they're going to work and try and get a timeline with the developer across from the Publix to see if there is the possibility within a year's time frame that they're going to pursue development. And that way they can work with them on realigning Old Kings to tie in opposite the intersection at the shopping center. If that's not going to happen timely, they will then look to see if they can gain right-of-way through impact fee credits, transportation impact fee credits, and then potentially put that on their CIP. The third option, if that's not viable, is a temporary pole stoplight at Old Kings and Old Dixie Highway. That intersection and the problem is that intersection and the shopping center are both warranted now. They both have tripped and are warranted for lights. So there's movement down there, and Councilman Kent was supportive of moving forward with some type of resolution. Also, potentially a right turn lane there to give them a little bit more stacking room. So that was a productive meeting. And then wanted to thank Flagler County Commissioner Scott Spradley for inviting me to his town hall on Saturday. He had a great small crowd and a lot of good questions, a lot of good debate. And I think everybody there was very positive of your presentation to the Flagler County Commission. So Flagler Beach. Yes, Flagler Beach. Thank you. Flagler Beach Commission on Thursday. So good dialogue going on out there. All right, that's all I have.
Move we adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn, everybody.